after storms had passed, a light that broke the dark at last. Tiny hands, a brand new start. You lit a flame inside my heart. Each tear we cried painted skies so wide. You gave our shattered hope a place to hide. Rainbow baby, with a firecracker spirit, you shine so bright, the whole world can hear it. Crackling laughter, sparks in your eyes, you turned our morning into glowing skies. Oh, rainbow baby, fierce and true, we prayed for you. Ooh, and here came you. Dimples deep with a rainbow smile, eyes bright blue that danced a while. But when they shift to steel gray hues, we see the storm that carried you. We aim for 24 weeks, hearts on hold. Each tiny flutter felt brave and bold. Then 32 weeks you came, 3:12 p.m. we called your name. 3 pounds 12, so small, so new, but every inch was mighty too. Oh, we held on tight through silent alarms, wires and warmers wrapped in arms. Being a 32-weeker, you had mountains to climb. We learned grace one obstacle at a time. You came wrapped in color, heart open wide, with thunder in your soul and angels at your side. Rainbow baby, with a firecracker spirit, light in our lives every time we're near it. Blazing with giggles, wild in your flight, you're the sunrise after the darkest night. Oh, rainbow baby, one of a kind, we prayed for you. Ooh, and you were ours. Ooh. 18 years came far too soon. A lifetime passed by like a fleeting tune. A new season, a new chapter. See you later. New hopes, new dreams. Now fly high, firecracker, light the sky. Yes, rainbow baby, with a firecracker spirit, wild and true. Our world was a better place the moment we met you.
Hey y'all, welcome in. I put in the title. Give me a second. Obviously, this is unscheduled. Well, I mean, I scheduled it, but hey, have them turn the volume down just a bit. Oh, okay, not a problem. Thank you guys. It's all good. Hey, I'm doing it back. Listen, just hear me. I'm doing it back porch. You know what that entails. Y'all just be goofy and dancing in the hallway. We're good. Lord have mercy. I probably need a margarita after watching that. Hey, y'all. Welcome in. I'm not even adjusted. I wasn't in the office, but hey, we are here now. And, you know, I had this inkling maybe I should come on and then maybe do a little announcement, but, and then some of our tribe reached out and said, Steph, hey, we miss you. Well, I miss y'all too. I really do. Got almost all my paperwork completed for the night. And we needed to have a back porch event. So, here we are. The last two are still in drafts. I'll send them out as soon as we're done with this live. Mr. Sarah. Oh, yeah, that was the point before I had to step up and tell them to turn the volume down a little. And they're dancing in the hallway, are they still?
No.
Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Let's see, what time is it? It is 9:30 at our neck of the woods. Welcome in, y'all. Well, if y'all have never been to a back porch event, welcome. I have a banner going across because typically it's in the description, but that would have took too much time, so I just put it in a banner. So it says, "Welcome to the back porch chit chat. Topics can be triggering. Warning." And I mean that wholeheartedly because anything's on the table except for blasting anybody by name or by their channel name. We don't do that even on the back porch events. So let's see who was in chat first. Robin, bye. Good to see you, girl. And there's Black Widow. Welcome. Hey, hey, hey. Yeah, I didn't even look to see who was on until I was already coming live. So I am definitely running across a couple channels, and I apologize for that, but we're not selling tonight. It's just a back porch chit chat. You know what, girl? It don't matter how late it is. I've said it time and again for almost a year now. If anyone needs me, reach out. Some of y'all have my personal number. Texting's always best right now for me because I just am juggling a lot. Um, but I'll tell you what, I'd rather jump on and I don't care what time of night it is. And we can chit chat, we can laugh it up, we could cry if we need to. Tell you it wouldn't take much for me right now. A lot of it's hormone related, but still, my body hasn't adjusted to it. Um, I will tell you, girl. You know what? Last night, hey, I'm just gonna, since Black Widow is here in chat, we typically don't talk business, but y'all, let me tell you something. I got off of our pop up yesterday, right? And I went right into finishing out my draft, so that was anything, it wasn't current yesterday. Sorry, we got boxes over here, and Mister's trying to get his camping chair to.
At least where I can be, where I can peek my head in.
Oh yeah. Oh, our internet's kind of iffy. It's showing the signals up there. Our guys and gals next door are in full mode training, so it doesn't always affect us, but we are in that window of time. And honestly, I can't tell you when we'll be out of training window because we're an active military base next door. But last night, y'all, it took me because PayPal was having issues. It kept telling me I was putting in an improper date, and I'm like, really? I actually screenshotted it because I was going to reach out to a few channels that have done PayPal as a business as far as invoicing for eons. And I decided to wait. I'm like, you know what? StreamYard crashed yesterday. Some people were saying YouTube was crashing yesterday. So hey, why not PayPal as well? It just really had me frustrated beyond measure. Invoicing and shipping days are just stressful. They shouldn't be, but they really are. It's getting better, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's improving because we're
adjusting.
We're still adjusting to make it all work, and not allow life to throw a wrench every weekend. But so my first invoice last night that I was finally able to get completed and sent was Black Widows. And I want y'all to know she had me paid in less than 3 minutes. Less than 3 minutes. So if you want to know who, no matter what, if they are alert, they're hitting their PayPal. Black Widow's one of them, and I only mention that because she goes, she's thinking about a midnight sale. Girl, give me a couple weeks. I'd be up for one.
Has a Tuesday midnight sale soon.
I'll have to look at my schedule because I do have I think it's this week. where I have 3 cells on Tuesday.
Well, yeah, what I'm saying is that we would just eliminate ours and then
right.
bump it up and,
So-
jump on and do like a midnight
so-
cell.
So, like on a regular Tuesday, instead of having our cell, we would roll over to
The midnight cell right out
No,
of
you wouldn't.
Scooters.
Well, yeah, right on scooters. I was going to
Yeah.
start with scooters. It's one price short
Hey,
of
Black
a half.
Widow, yeah. Think of a midnight cell. My days off are Wednesday and Thursday, so like a Tuesday night or a Wednesday night would work great.
Just not the week of the 20th or 20th,
20,
the 26th.
26th, yeah.
Because I've got that week already packed. I dropped something.
Oh.
I don't even know what it was.
I see something, and it was the
Oh, it was the
Yeah.
dreamsicle or whatever.
So let's hear. I was born in an army hospital.
All right. So Robin says she was born in an army hospital, but never lived a military life. Daddy just joined the army to get away from his mother, and my mother followed him there.
Wow.
So actually, 9 out of unless they're going in because it just makes sense, or B, because they're following the footsteps of those before them. I will tell you, more than not, people join because they're trying to step
Trying to get out of
whatever,
the family
they're
statute
trying
that
to
they've
rise above, and I know my career military uncle, much for the same reason. Not the exact. I mean, his whole situation was complex, but definitely it was family issues.
I used to be a night owl, Black Widow.
My mama was a night owl.
And then I started working early morning shifts. Ooh, it's been what, 5 years ago? Pretty close.
Yeah, because since your heart attack, so it's been over 5 years.
Yeah, I started working like 7 in the morning and 6 in the morning and stuff like that. And it worked better for a family because then I'm off by 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm home for supper, get to have family time. And it just made sense. So I kind of am more of a morning person, and I've never been a morning person.
Well, we already had one kid out of the house in training. And we had the rest of them, aging and going into high school and graduations and stuff. So for us, it was what, schedule-wise. Because he used to do swing shifts a lot of the time. Because
I love swing shifts.
Swing shifts, you can almost bet you're going to have a shift. You're going to have your full-time hours because you can flex. Nobody was in the military before him, as far as I know. Interesting, Robin. So, like,
Cajun tie. You're redneck now.
So I'm a Cajun. She did say that. Yes, she did. Hey, truly amazing. Welcome in, girl. Shoot. All right, I'm trying to focus. See, my brain is not fully back, It's crazy what stress will do to you. And then stress will relieve and you think it's going to be instantly an improvement, and it's not. You still have to. So, like for me, my stress level got to such a degree in the last month and 9 months before that was such an extreme that there's layers of your brain. There's 3 layers. Do you remember what the center layer is? So the center layer is like the size of a nut. It's probably smaller than that, but just for time's sake. And it's what controls your breathing. It's what controls your central nervous system. It controls so much.
Okay,
and
that makes sense.
When your stress is to a certain degree, it will start impairing that part of your brain. And that's what's been going on for at least a month with me. I mean, aside from all the other health related stuffs.
So New Orleans born, or New Orleans, yeah.
New Orleans, but born in North Carolina, but live. All right,
Yeah.
so check this out. So I was born in Texas, and I was raised in Colorado, which is how I got him. I had my babies there, but we raised them over here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you are so confused, right?
So are we. We can't keep.
So
we
see,
just keep circling
Texas.
between these
No, check this out, because if you know how to read old land maps or maps before land maps were a thing as far as dividing and conquering and stuff, Southeast Colorado, where Mister was born and raised, and where all our kids were born. It actually was part of the old Texas Republic. So technically, you know, I count my kids, you know, in the Texas Republic for birth. Yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes we just have to stop and focus, and we can't stop life issues. You're right, Black Widow, but we can take baby steps to them. You lived in Mississippi for 18 years.
Wow.
We've only driven through there.
Once.
Are you sure it's only once?
I think it's only once because it's how we came up through. We had to reroute what we were doing because Sean wanted to go through and, you know, see that area.
No, it wasn't Mississippi. That was Arkansas.
But we crossed the
river. But when we left the East Coast, the literal East Coast, because we went and picked him up from basic training. He did his basic training in AIT. He did it in 2 summers.
Yeah,
his junior
split ops
and
training.
Yeah, split ups. Thank you. That was the word I was looking for. And so we make the most out of any trip we do. Of course, like going down for medical appointments, but like when we went to the East Coast, for Sean, and I can say his name because he's announced himself enough here.
Mm-hmm.
But in a way, he's like, I don't care how we get home. I need out of here. COVID training during COVID was, I would say, what training aside from the phone calls, it was more like training in the 90s, minus the phone calls and the combatives. Right. Everything else was pretty similar to the 90s training that soldiers received. Girl, I feel alien here. So when you say you feel alien here, are you just talking in general, or are you talking your geographical location? And yes, you're Catholic and everyone's Baptist, and it is very different. Have you noticed, because I know you said you go to the Baptist church, have you noticed where like any of them are like maybe interested in who you are? And she's in the South, so Southern Baptist.
Southern Baptist. How do I explain?
No, she knows, so you don't even have to attempt to. Because remember, one thing we don't do is talk a whole lot about religion. But yeah, it's a real deal. I will tell you, at least my experience, we grew up in Southeast Colorado. So what would you say? It was actually primarily like 80% Catholic.
Oh, yeah.
In Southeast Colorado.
Yeah, 80% Catholic easily.
Definitely 80%.
When you got to La Junta, Rocky Ford area, it was 90% Catholic. Mm-hmm. Rocky Ford was 95%.
95% Catholic. Okay. Yeah, because that was going to be my next thing, Robin, is if going to church, and it doesn't matter what denomination. I mean, yes, technically it does. But aside from that, take that part out of it. if you're going, regardless of what denomination, what religion it is, if they're welcoming, if they're interested in who you are, right? As a person.
And welcoming of who you are.
And welcoming of who you are. It's not like they're going to shun you. Or put you off because you're not the same, the same denomination. Then, I mean, that's definitely a good thing. But, I don't think that's what has probably happened. Oh, wow. Yeah, there's a lot of Catholics. I'm trying to remember where it was in Mississippi we went through. Because we dropped down from South Carolina into Georgia, and we stayed in an Airbnb.
And then we come across, but
and
we
then
had
we
to cut
can't
up instead of going straight across because.
But I know we went through Mississippi, Alabama, because one of them was right.
Well, Alabama we went through because I was driving through the tunnel right outside Mobile, where all the ships are.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you drove so I could get content, which is still on my phone taking up space, and my phone won't work half the time, so I need to get that stuff uploaded. I just need to go through it and make sure I don't break any OPSEC, and then if I don't break the OPSEC, I can share it on YouTube. Girl, all right, so when you say you push people away, I get it, because I push people away too. Matter of fact, I was on the phone this evening with somebody, and we were actually discussing some of y'all here in chat. Ooh, right?
All good things.
It was all good things. No, I mean, it was no complaining. It was just like kind of leveling out how things are working on our channel and with those that we're working with, and things like that. And someone might have told me that Black Widow likes me. And I said, well, I mean, she's going to hear it here. She's active here right now. I said, well, just FYI, I like her too, but just don't tell her that. No, all kidding aside, pushing people away, that's a coping mechanism. So, girl, my question would be is, what's got you pushing people away? Yeah, don't tell her. We'll let her figure it out. No, I like people that their words and their actions align. Now, does that mean they have to be perfect and walk the straight line? No, because I can't even do that. But in turn, I mean, if what you're saying and your action are speaking, right? Then hey, we're good. What I struggle with is having the grace with others to realize they're probably a lesson to me. And it's not in general to anyone specifically. That's just right. Until someone shows me their true colors, right? I mean, we all do at some point. We can't. At some point, the hair's got to come down, and we just got to be real. And I'll tell you, the one thing I love, I didn't say like, I said loved, about Black Widow is what you see, at least this is my perception, is what you see is what you get. And I don't think she's got much of a filter, and that might bother some people, but here's the thing, I don't have much of a filter either, and that really does bother people, and I know that. I don't do it deliberately. But we all come with history, and whether we like it or not, the things from our past have a way of impacting our present, whether we realize it or not. That's why Robin asked you, what's going on that's got you pushing people away?
And I understand need a lot of alone time. I think that's where a lot of friendships have gone awry in the past with people. Is it seems like they're needy and just, I want to be up your
But
butt
when
and be
you-
there all the time. And it's like,
Right.
man, I'm the kind of friend that, hey man, I'm going to barbecue this weekend. You want to come hang out? And then I may call and talk to you on the phone once or twice over the next week or two. But, I'm not one that wants to hang out all the time. Hey, Nana.
I mean, I could hang out with people depending on who it is. But the thing
Thank
is...
you, Nana, for the happy early Father's Day.
Oh, hey, Nana. Welcome in. Yeah, Black Widow, I'm sure I've got a resting face as well. For one, I'm not used to smiling unconsciously in front of anyone filming me. My parents, the last time they had a picture of me, I think I was in second or third grade, of me smiling. By the time I was in somewhere between the age of 7 and 9, I had a horrific bike injury. And, some of my dental is not because of me being an addict. Some of my dental is because, it wasn't meant to last like 30 years. And, it's cray-cray, but, so I don't want to hurt people's feelings, but I can't risk being hurt sometimes. All right, so here's some vulnerability. How much vulnerable can we be? We're on a public platform and we're talking about our feelings. But here's the thing. I'm not, you're going to have people making judgments, whether they're part of our communities or not. The thing is I'm going to dig deep for a minute. So, let's see, nope. So February, before I got sober, a lot happened. My stepmom died, and the life as I knew it, we're not talking the addiction side, right? We're just talking life as I knew it was different. She died, my dad died, and then she died 5 months later, and it happened during the peak of my addiction, which means I wasn't fit for anybody. And we brought her to Kansas so she could be buried next to my dad. And a lot of things transpired between then and us going back to Colorado. When we got back to Colorado, FYI, I'm going to talk about addiction for a minute, if y'all couldn't figure that out. So we got back to Colorado, and everybody... So, I'm trying to think about how I'm going to word this. So, we didn't go on the streets to get our drugs of choice. We bought from people we knew. They were our enablers. Yes, they were our drug dealers. In fact, Roy's been gone almost 3 years, right? One of my best friends was murdered, was it the year after my mom died? To the day. Mm-hmm. It might have been 2 years.
I think it was 2 years.
Yeah, it was 2 years because Mama died in 2020 and he was murdered in 2022. Almost to the minute. It was less than an hour, 2 years apart. And
but all three died, right?
All three ended up dying, and it was a murder-suicide situation.
Well, murder-suicide by cop.
Yeah, it was murder-suicide by cop. So, one of my best friends, I've known him since I was 14, before I ever had my babies, and he was one of 2 godfathers for my kids. And he got mixed up with the wrong crowd several years before that, and him and I hadn't talked for a while. Not that he couldn't have reached out to your parents, right? That's the part I have to keep reminding myself when I think about the whole situation, because I was told
my parents have had the same phone numbers for 20 years.
For at least 20 years. And I mean, they were local to him. but him and I hadn't spoken in a while. And he got with somebody, and he should have left a long time before that. But short story is the chick's granddaughter had a boyfriend, and obviously something was amiss, and he went in and shot all of them. Not my friend, but the boyfriend. And my friend and his ex-wife were pretty instant. The granddaughter, they ended up taking her off life support days after that when her mother was able to travel. Because she lived with her grandmother. Her grandmother had been raising her since she was a young child.
Very young.
Her
brother was left alone.
The only surviving person from that house, and the only reason why they survived is because they weren't there when it happened, was her brother. And he's somewhere around Firecracker's age. So Firecracker and I drove out 4 or 5 days after it happened, and someone close to the whole situation said, "Hey, Steph, I know you're struggling with this, but I think you need to know it now so you don't hear it from others." He was trying to reach out to y'all a few weeks before this happened, and I just let it slide at the time. But I'll tell you what, every once in a while it still gets to me that if I hadn't cut off one form of communication, maybe he'd still be alive. Of course, that's the what ifs and taking the responsibility of a madman. So,
and Black Widow, I'm not a people person either. She put, you don't know anyone an explanation. And Robin, I am actually not a people person either. I love staying home. I'm that way. I'm a homebody. I'd rather just.
And I'm going to read what Robin put, and she's talking about the suicide and depression. So, she says there's so much suicide and depression in her family, it scares her when she gets down. So, first and foremost, for one, I don't want you to be scared, my friend. But you need to be scared because depression is real.
Depression's up.
Less than a month ago. Let's see. Yeah, it was less than a month ago was Colin's memorial.
Yeah.
I watched someone that I admire. It reminds me of my dad. He was the husband to one of my best friends that next month it'll be 4 years that she passed away.
A hardened soldier.
A hardened soldier, been through combat, watched his battle buddy blow up right in front of him. Sorry, y'all, but, we are a military family. Have to stand to do a eulogy for his adult child while his grandbabies sat in that row. And so depression's real and it's serious. And I want you to know, Robin, you call me. You got my personal cell. If you're in trouble in the middle of the night, don't text me. You just call, because if I'm asleep, it will wake me up.
And if it don't wake her up, it will wake me up.
I will tell you, I would rather, and I say this to anybody, whether you're in my chat or not, I would rather stay up all night with you than discuss you later because someone wasn't available. The one thing we got to all stop doing, and I'm just putting all, okay, it's not pointing any fingers to anyone, but life for my generation and y'all's, because we're two different generations depending on who's listening. Things were modeled to us a lot differently than the way we maybe have modeled them to our children.
Well, I'm a Generation Xer. You didn't show your feelings.
Yeah, and we won't discuss what happened if he did, because I haven't grew up in that household. But the thing is, we've got to stop thinking that we're a burden, right? Several months ago, it was while I was being blasted. Um, it opened up every wound I've ever put a band-aid on and just shelved. And so I've been in intensive therapy, pretty much for like 10 months now.
Yeah.
And the seriousness of that is the greatest losses of my life never set me back that far. With that said, it means that I have to deal in real time sometimes. And so if you look back in some of my lives, I mean, having my feelings right on my sleeve, and I'm going, I probably shouldn't be on, but consistency is everything. And, you know, my tribe's going to either understand or they're not. Yeah, those were some hard days.
So
yeah,
Robin,
it's in the world. And it's Nana's right,
Yeah.
Robin. I don't know that I have the book right in front of me. I probably have it stashed over there. I got some vintage books recently, and one of them is Ernest Hemingway. And
if anyone
I
knows the
think
Hemingways,
so. I think it's here on YouTube. I'll see if I can find it, and if so, I'll create a whole different playlist just for it. It'll probably be titled something like The Back Porch Triggering or something. That way people know. So Ernest Hemingway's granddaughter, I cannot think of her name right now. For one, the name is actually foreign. But aside from that, she went on early 2000s and she did a documentary about depression and suicide in her family. So Ernest Hemingway was her father, and he committed suicide.
she's
Her
attempted.
her father, which was Ernest Hemingway's son, also committed suicide. And then there's been multiple different lines of the family that have also. And so a lot of hers, just like it would with us ladies when we do our wellness exams, you know, if the doctor says, hey, something was detectable or whatever, or could be or whatever, we go out and we do whatever we need to do, right? She reached a point. She had, I don't know what her count is for attempts, but I know it was multiple. And as far as I know, she's still living, but suicide's real, y'all. You know, suicide on any level is real. So, you know, you don't know how deep someone's into something until sometimes it's too late. And we have, when we're wearing our You Matter shirts, or the ones with the stick figures on the front, those are all, that's all merch that our bonus kid Logan's parents have done every year to honor his memory and to bring awareness to the whole subject. You know, you could come from a great family, all the supports in the world, outside looking in, right? And still, so, you know, it's hard. I'm going to go up just a little so I can read Nana's. Mothers do have a huge responsibility, even when it doesn't make sense, Robin. It's the season in life I'm in right now. It's like, I'm not quite sure how I got here, but no one's giving me direction either. So that's where a lot of my depression right now sits, is the fact of, you know, and climbing out of those valleys are not easy. Do y'all, like, can you mindfully, like, look at a ravine right now and think about a ravine, or say Garden of the Gods, how you know, Garden of Gods, you know how
Mhm.
they come like this and there's little ledges. And, you know, so we're climbing out of a ravine, right? Depression. And I'll tell you what, life has every reason to snowball and just slide us back down, right? All you gotta do is get to that ledge. Even if you're climbing more and you slide, you're gonna slide onto that edge. You're not sliding all the way to rock bottom again, right? Depression doesn't happen overnight, and getting out of it isn't an overnight fix either. What it can tell you is the hero that we want exists in us. Um, I mean, I'm singing to the choir on that because you ladies have been under the sun a little longer than I have, meaning, you know, many moons ago. And then it goes, I just found out 2 days ago my sister, her cousin found his son dead. First son killed himself for non acceptance of her. All right, I'm going to have to read this. That breaks my heart, Nana. It breaks my heart. I remembered about the one, and I remembered it being because of the acceptance. I can tell you,
May not understand.
I
Yeah.
you know, last month I had a kid that qualified for bed twice because of their mental health, and the first time I ever seen them in such a disarrayed state was the night. It wasn't the night that they actually came out trans to me, but it was the night that they came out non-binary, and it was the night after my 40th birthday. Life has not been the same since. I've had a lot of lessons, but there's a lot of confusion that goes with it, and at least for me, you know, I think from the beginning, because I mean, we're still in transition as a family. And I think when I first came out with anything, because it happened all around the same chunk of time that Mr. Almost died again. He's, you know, been successful once and 2 other attempts since then.
Yeah, you know.
All medical related, nothing from harm, you know, self harm, but I put on my family group, and that's on a different platform. I put on my family group. I chose Grace because Grace chose me. And so that was for anyone on the outside looking in or standing in the far back, but didn't really want to be associated to the train wreck that was happening. That, hey, judge me if you need to, but just understand. I was in a position. I was in a position, you know. With that said, actually, YouTube's made it easier as far as our transition.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't you say?
Oh yeah.
YouTube was actually first place where we ever went live openly. We haven't even used a whole lot of those words in our family group.
Mm-mm.
It's mostly just been here on YouTube. Most everybody, I think, at least in our family group, knows, you know, that Jess is Jess, and that's okay. My thing was, my struggle initially was that mean for me, meaning my relationship with my child. And once I realized that it didn't change me being their mom, it was just figuring out the rest because it wasn't something I ever prepared for. And then Jess. Robin said mothers have a huge responsibility. They can make or break a kid, and that's absolutely true. That is absolutely true. I'm trying to think of the first person I ever knew and cared for, who, you know, had the courage. Because I think, and that's subject for another day. A lot of people will say it's a coward's way out. I think it takes actually a great deal of courage, for lack of a better word, because if it was easy, everybody would be doing it. Just saying. No, I am not standing for, taking
Just
and going
remember,
that
life
way.
gets extremely hard. And
right before a breakthrough is what I was told.
yeah, and I keep going, man. This must be one heck of a breakthrough, because this whole year, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, we have a claim this year, and it's been actually, and maybe it's just because everything's coming at different directions, but this year's.
Well, you need to keep going down in chat, because chat's just getting longer and
Oh.
longer.
Oh, wow. Oh, and there's Josie. Hey, Josie, welcome in, girl. We're just having a back porch. I'm just gonna scan. Oh, wow. I was just reading about the nephew. Mister's got an uncle that
was kind of that way. He lived in a small town and got drunk at the bar, went walking home, walking down the street, completely wrong street, completely wrong house, walks in, passes out on the couch, wakes up the next morning, and it's the mayor's house.
That was in Springfield, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. That was 2 nights before he got kicked in the head by the bull.
But he's in jail now because he fell asleep at a traffic light and had fentanyl on him. Interesting enough, if you're in the state of Kansas and you're sitting in your vehicle, you could be sitting in the passenger seat. You can even be sleeping in the back seat. If you are under any controlled substances, alcohol, pills, anything, and those keys are in the ignition, vehicle don't even have to be on. You get a DUI in the state of Kansas.
Colorado was that way too, remember?
And then Robin says she feels like she was born under the darkest clouds. Girl, I will tell you something.
We're after 8 o'clock in California. 2 hours.
Give me a second. Colorado's 9:14, so Cali should be 9:14.
8:14.
Yeah, 8:14. Sorry, I can't math.
So my whole deal with depression's a bitch. There's just no way around it, and
it's real.
It's real. Get out in the daylight. I don't know if you guys have been having constant cloudy days. I mean, we barely have had sunlight for 2 days. It's just been kind of almost like coastline clouds, almost like being down in Louisiana. It's almost
like when they have
where they're blowing in off of the ocean.
When the hurricanes come in on the Gulf or whatever, the clouds we get, yeah,
it's just real weird. I mean, I have real issues when I'm not got daylight. So,
girl, if you're sharing too much tonight, you let me know and I'll enlist this. I'll move it off of public, okay? I will tell you that I won't delete it, but I will enlist it, or I'll just make it private. I was thinking the same thing. I was getting ready to say something. I'm thinking I'm probably oversharing. But here's the deal.
We're pretty transparent.
There's
about our
nothing you're
past
gonna
history
hear
in
out of my
life.
mouth that you wouldn't find somewhere out there in the world. And the one thing when I got sober, my first rule was no one, not even mister, would ever I would never give someone the permission or power to have dirt on me again, right? If I was going to get sober, I was going to get sober. I was going to do it right. Of course, I had to do it my own way. I didn't have insurance, so it wasn't a rehab for celebrities. It was quite literally a state-run facility because I had to I was an addict. I had to get sober. And then I did welcome Josie in, and then Nana says, "You're still the parents, master. Not what doesn't matter what the child is or what. That's life and love and should be, but some can't accept it." You know, for me, Nana, literally, I went to bed on my birthday, and my parents always told me, don't sigh a relief to life because you're only asking for trouble. I mean, it's one thing of all things. They drummed a lot in me, but that was one thing. Was don't breathe a sigh of relief because, you know. And so on my 40th birthday, I did. And Mister's like, why are you breathing like that? And I said, dude, we got 2 in the military. The other 2 are figuring life out. I'm 40. I'm doing it without my parents because both of them have been gone at that point. And then the next day, things changed as I knew it. For good and the bad. You know, it's figuring it out in between. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta get past the few minutes. Where you want me to go?
No, I'm just trying to get you to move some because you're like chest is growing and you're.
I'm sorry, it's not reflecting it on the screen there.
Yeah.
Mom put her house in my name, although they have used as long as they are alive. She has a huge gambling addiction and is now trying to get me to give it back. So much stress.
Oh, I'm sorry, Robin.
Girl, that's a tough one.
Yeah, because gambling addiction is no different than any other addiction.
Just the whole situation in general. It wouldn't matter what she's addicted to. I'm trying to think, girl. She's in Mississippi. I mean, girl, you're as backwoods as you can get back there. Go out in the bayou somewhere, grab a stick, and just start beating a log or something. Start screaming, and once you release all that, maybe it'll take more than one time to do it. And I'm not making light of it because the situation you're in is very stressful, and you shouldn't be in it to begin with. That's a hard call. And I definitely can't tell you what to do in this situation other than cutting the stress out as best you can, whatever that means, whatever that looks like. It's probably something, the direction you need to go. So, and then Josie and Black Widow chatting. Robin, my existing brother, youngest, overdosed.
Is in agreement with me not giving the house back to
him. So Robin, I don't know what the stuff over in Mississippi is the property in Mississippi, for one. You don't have to give it a geographic location by any means. Look up when you're bored and see both in the location that it's located at, but also the state. See what it would take to put that property into a trust. That would be maybe the recommendation I do, that I would have, but that's just outside looking in. That way it could be secure, but I still don't know how to cut that stress out other than just going out in the backwoods of the bayou and beating a piece of lumber and screaming like a banshee. But that's my words.
Nana's right. So here, take the house, gamble it away. Then there's nothing.
I mean, and that's the other thing too. And then Robin says depression is hard when you don't have kids or grandkids to worry about. That's true, because I mean you don't have that that drive. Mine over the last 3.5 months or so has been when I start losing those that give my life meaning and purpose, right? It makes me feel like I'm on Mars, and it's kind of like I've been feeling abnormal, foreign, but not a foreigner, but like, just out of place. We might be See how easy that was? No, it wasn't easy. Yeah, and listen to Black Widow, because that's where I'm conflicted with Robin. She gave it to you for a reason, right? And just because the circumstances at the moment in the present aren't aligned with what her purpose was for giving it to you, she gave it to you for a reason. And then Josie, she lost 2 friends this week, Pam and Robin. Someone told me last night, and they just kept saying Robin, and I'm like, Robin who? We've got a lot of Robins, and I don't mean that rudely, but like Robin by. So it's usually, Robin Bird or something, or Bird Robin, once people are, so I knew it wasn't her, of course, because I don't know. I would have probably lost it, honestly. Y'all become family, Of course, I'm not telling you something y'all don't know. Prayers, Josie. Pam really took me. I mean, I caught y'all's last live together, and I felt like an ass, for lack of a better word, because I didn't ever come and chat and say hi. I did do the thumbs up and all that stuff, but I had something going on, and I didn't go in and say hi, and I could tell, I had been able to tell for a few months.
See you later, Black Widow.
See you later, Black Widow. For a few months, that Pam's health had been, going the way it was going. Wow. And that was the thing today, because everything with PayPal last night, it had me focused on that. And then today's just been a catch-all of a lot of things, both paperwork and trying to catch up with people and all that good stuff. I totally had space to look and see which Robin. That explains why I haven't seen Meemaw in a while. And it's crazy because Rue calls me, well, we're working on getting him to call me Meemaw.
Mm-hmm.
And so meanwhile, Robin and I had, something in common, and we had a few chats here and there outside of regular chat. That's sad. So it's in Louisiana. So yeah. Look at so I know enough about Louisiana laws. A lot of them are common law based, and they do stick. Um, so look at the parish in which that property sets in, and see. You can do a lot with Google. Um, you know, my best advice on the whole situation is that you need to cut the stress. It's going to stress you more by giving the property back, period in the story, regardless of what why it was given to you. If it's going to be less stress to give it back, then give it back, knowing what's going to happen if you do. If it's going to be less stress to figure out how to better protect yourself, meaning, the fact that A, she's wanting it back now, and B, she has an active addiction, and that's probably the driving point to it. Definitely check into the parishes and what, because I know each does their own thing. I definitely don't envy the position you're in, because you shouldn't be in it. And it's not like it's something you asked for to begin with, and now you're being asked to give it back. And yeah, meanwhile, Robin's fur baby. I noticed I hadn't seen her in the regular stuff I've been doing lately, but I'm like, I'm kind of all over the place right now because we're trying to change things up, and so I'm not in so many people's chats as I usually am. I usually only have enough time if I get the notifications to go in and hit the thumbs up if I haven't already. Typically, if y'all get a couple thumbs up in your scheduled lives, I'm usually one of them. That's not bragging, that's just saying, because sometimes it could be a couple of days before I could actually, catch a replay. I try to catch them the day of or the day after, but I'm gonna miss her. I really am. I don't know that part gets easier being on the platform, but I mean, you'll find it in other platforms. The platform I have on Facebook, my account that got hacked last year. Mm-hmm. Over half the people on my friends list are dead. It's just reality.
That's why that one's essentially archived.
It's archived because it got hacked and it took me 6 days to get it back. And it happened during the time that my cousin Brian was dying, which is how I have 2 Facebooks. But I only accept friend requests on one, and it depends on who it is, because not everybody that's over here on this platform
is friendly.
For sure she'll be. I think that's how I met her, Josie, was through your chat, your auctions. Like, I've been running it through my head. I mean, I've seen her in other areas, but that was at different times on different days. I think it was your channel, your chat, your auction. I gotta read this one. She says, Josie, we used to bid against each other in Cupid Angels auctions, and they would say, That was actually not that long ago, the last time that was said, Robin. 9 out of 10 times I do make it to Angel's auctions, but for a lot of good reasons. I think most people understand why I'm not active in her chat. I love Angel. I do. I've gotten a package from her and I enjoyed what I got. Cool thing is I have contact with her outside of a YouTube chat, so if there's something ever passed on that I really would want, it's not hard to get it. Yeah, and then Black Widow was like, she's packing stuff up for the booth. Oh, I'm gonna have to let her know. Of course, I should probably just go scan all her shorts and stuff. I bet you she has stuff, content from her booth. Apparently, she had a chronic disease. I think most of us have some sort of chronic disease, if I'm being honest.
A chronic disease. I had a widowmaker heart attack at 39.
Me too, Josie. I used to watch them bid against each other. Black Widow will be live Sunday at, 6 p.m. Central Standard Time?
I think so, yeah.
I'll double check, but yeah, I think she is. We're actually going to be on with her. We're going to be on with her in the Salinas. I can't remember if Scooter said she was or wasn't this earlier today. I do know that her and Roflo are having a weekend of just, not so much auctions. So,
well, they did it pretty hard and heavy there for a little bit.
Yeah. Well, she's added the Friday with Scooter and Hartley, and it's working, I think. I haven't heard any, And when she says she's had events, well, I know the last 3 weeks she's had events every weekend. And you know what? I'm still not down in chat. This chat lied to me.
Yeah, 6 p.m.
I think I might be down in chat now.
Oh,
yeah, now I'm all the way at the bottom. And Josie says, it's 6 p.m. For Black Widow's Sunday. So 6 p.m. Central. And so we go on, somewhere an hour before. And we do networking. Huh?
Oh, you skipped over a bunch.
Did I?
You? Yeah.
All right, I'll go back up.
One more. Right there. Robin's. Unfortunately, people on YouTube are the only people I have. Maybe you guys are more important than you should be. You know, Robin, I've watched YouTube be a very beneficial tool for people that aren't able to maybe leave their home for whatever reason.
Or unable to socialize.
Unable just to, maybe they're handicapped in a way they can't walk or something, whatever. And they're not able just to go when they want to go. YouTube is I've watched where they're just kind of blossomed because
we've got friends here in the Flint
Hills.
We've got friends here in the Flint Hills that they've done a whole 180.
Yeah.
I mean, for real, yesterday, we won't say a name, only because she's not here in chat.
Right.
But we sat over in Manhattan sitting on the porch in the dark for an hour just chit-chatting?
Yeah.
I mean, a year ago, that wasn't even possible.
No, a year ago, I didn't even see her a year ago.
No, it was only me.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot of benefits to YouTube. not just the auction sites, but just in general, right? Sorry, y'all. My back is still
A little
tweaky, and I think this said it was medium, but I think it was a junior, but I still squeezed into it. Can we just say that? I don't know. It's one I'd be wearing for an auction because my tummy isn't all tight yet or anything. I don't know that it ever will be, but YouTube does have just the right angles to show all the undesirable, right? So I went from too big to, yeah, this is a bit too tight. I mean, I could flex in it.
I don't know. I haven't been in a medium shirt since high school. I want to go try pants on. I want to see what
you haven't had long hair for over 2 decades until you decided to let it finally grow out. Our kids, right? Especially Sean. Every time, because we don't see him very often. That's why
once a month, but that's gonna
dramatically change, and we can't ever discuss that because it breaks OPSEC all the way.
Oh yeah.
He'll still look at his daddy and go, start to touch him. Are you real?
His best friend. It's been his best friend since what? 3rd grade?
No, I think they've been best friends since 2nd grade.
2nd grade.
I've got a photo I could put on the family group.
You know, his whole family, his dad always had a big old long goatee, and they called him Goat. And it come down, at times it was down to his belly button, just the straight line goatee.
Like a billy goat's
goatee. He'd sit there and, put a little braid or whatever in it to make it like a billy goat. That was always the deal.
Miss that kid coming through our door going, dinner's almost done. And it's like, you just arrived on time. Of course, we usually had much of the entourage.
Yeah.
We usually have 4 to 7 extra kids every night for dinner. But
in turn, you know how many times we fed those kids and then their parents have cycled around and made sure our kid was taken care of?
Yeah, especially when we moved here to the Flint Hills, because each of those bonus mom and dad was like, Steph, it's not ideal, but we got their back. Let me get down further. Oh, Josie letting Robin know she's welcome anytime. She don't ever have to purchase.
That's the same with us.
I will tell you that, Robin. Josie's for real there, because I'll tell you, we'll just say 9 out of 10 times. I think I've purchased a couple times from her. I still had the bracelet that I got from her.
Yeah, we'll sit here and show for an auction for 2-3 hours and not get discouraged if we're not making sales.
It's our chat not moving.
If the chat's not moving is when it's like, all right, why are we even doing this? If no one's, even talking, why are we even showing at this point? Is there even an audience? That's the only time we get discouraged. We'd rather people be in and just chatting it up. That's the reason why we said come in and network at the same time. There's people with wrenches that are kind of strategic because they're kind of networking people. They're to help everyone be able to build up their channels and try to get more, sub counts and get your channels built up.
And something I'll tell you, Robin, that not that you don't know that or the rest of us don't, but depression has a way of lying to us. We can be triggered by anything while we're depressed, right? Without even realizing it. And we can have a moment, even say just driving down the street or walking down the street. It's like, do I have does my existence even matter? Am I enough, right? Type of stuff. What's my purpose? I will tell you, if I didn't have Robin by in my chat, and I'm not saying every night, Girl, I know you've got your own life. But, if I go a week without seeing you, either in our chats or other chats, um, I'd be lost. Of course, I've got you on speed dial, so I'd just be calling, blowing up your phone, going, Robin, answer. Nana says, Robin, we are all here. Sorry, I'm going to probably get emotional, y'all. In your life, as we should be. Thank you, Nana, for stating that. People come into and out of our lives for a reason and a season or more as needed. And that's the thing. I will tell you more than not, like, Mr. has been trying for months to get me to go into other chats that I've been following since last year. These are all business relationships I want to, right? It's another part of YouTube that nobody's in. And I told him, I was like, this is not the right time or whatever. It's not the right season. So after the beginning of the year, I do it once in a while, but still not on the channels he wants me to. Because I have this nagging thing of something's going to blow up on YouTube, whether it's true or not. And once I'm in those chats, it's going to dissolve. Well, if it's going to dissolve, it's going to dissolve anyway. But that's my fear. I don't care. I say I don't, but I think we all do to some degree care what people think of us. Here's the thing. If people's got a concern or whatever, my email's out there. That's not an invitation. It's been several months, thankfully, since I've had multiple people message me about YouTube drama, and I'm like, y'all, I'm just,
not doing drama no more.
I'm not doing it.
Got enough drama.
You want to know why that channel's behaving that way, or they're supporting this group or that group? Go ask them. I'm not your go-to person. I'm not your mediator. I will tell you more than that. I've known since I've come onto the YouTube stage, even though I've had YouTube since YouTube was formed. I've known where everybody pretty much would fall. As far as, hey, this is someone I can see either I'm going to be a buyer of theirs, or maybe I'll be a collab later or something, right? And then I've had a lot of lessons of, this is not who I want to be. And that's been true in life in general. My dad was a great man as far as a papa, but he was a lousy father.
My grandma was that way.
Yeah, your dad's mom?
Yeah, she was a lousy mom, but a great grandma. I mean, she bought us everything and anything we could ever want. She spoiled us grandkids.
And you got spoiled more because you didn't live near her.
No, I didn't get spoiled more. I just I got spoiled in 2 huge chunks.
Okay.
Versus theirs was spread out over the whole year because they lived there. So, yeah, mine was my birthday and Christmas.
And your birthday is only a little over a month before Christmas. So that must have felt like
until I got
half a load there.
Until I got a little bit like where I remember, because I mean, she passed when I was 6.
Yeah, she passed away when you were 6.
And I can remember the Pound Puppy Christmas.
Is that why you wanted me to get that Pound Puppy?
Mm-hmm. And
so you do not want me to bring that?
No.
Okay.
And then I remember the Masters of the Universe Christmas. And I remember the Tonka Trunk Christmas.
All right. Now you're saying Pacific Brands and you're saying Christmas. Why don't you elaborate how your grandma did Christmas for you?
So Christmas for me from my grandma was UPS would ring the doorbell and there'd be 3 or 4 huge cardboard boxes sitting in the driveway.
No, this isn't because you were small at the time. These
No,
were
these were-
refrigerator boxes, his dad told me.
And my parents would have to go out and they'd open the boxes and everything was already pre-wrapped. My grandma pre-wrapped everything. So my parents didn't even know what we were getting. And then they would have one big box that would be, none of it would be wrapped in. And that was the stuff that was brought and set up from Santa. And I remember how I found out there was no Santa.
Yeah, you can't see that word on YouTube.
Yeah, I know that.
And we'll just put it this way, a 6-year-old told Dad the next morning he knew there was no Santa, and when Dad thought he had the upper hand, little Mr. Steph here goes, Santa don't cuss. Y'all, my screen's shattered, just a reminder, because I'm looking at a big screen up here.
You really can't notice it that much, really, because your camera's here.
Yeah, but look
there.
when I'm looking at the chat, because I can't read it on my screen here. So where's my eyes looking at?
Well, yeah, but everyone knows that you're reading off of another screen. It's no big deal. Everyone usually has.
And Robin says she's got a good stock of chocolate because of Angel. I've got to reach out to her and see about some sugar-free chocolate because I know she has some. The last time that I attempted to purchase from her, it got overrun, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm out. So I stopped, but I've been going in the chat and trying to, be a buyer, but I can definitely email her and ask her about sugar-free because both Angel and Frank's like, yeah, we can hook you up.
I mean, I've had some dark chocolates since we were sugar-free because the sugar content in dark's low.
All right, but right now I've been having problems with my blood sugar staying stabilized because I'm not on a
you need to
GL
P1.
P1.
You need to call the
I will. Shoot, what day are we on? This was Friday, wasn't it?
Yep.
So I'll have to wait till Monday.
No, you could call the pharmacy.
Oh, I could call the pharmacy and they could tell me whether or not my insurance is active or not.
Exactly. And if it is, tell them to run your shots. You missed a week.
That's going to sure jack with me, but...
Oh, yeah, but you go right back.
But at least my blood sugars would be stable instead of spiking because I have no medication when my blood sugars elevate and I'm not on added sugar.
Yeah, because they're not going to call you and tell you, oh, you're active, so you're going to have to...
Yeah, I could call him in the morning and be like, can you please just run it and see if it'll go through?
He was willing to run it off the card if I'd had the card that day because it just didn't make sense to him.
And then Josie said she sent an email to Angel and Frank to see if they would like to do a memorial live for Robin. They have not answered, so she'll do one for her. That makes sense. Yeah, if they don't reach back out to you, Josie, I would go ahead and plan it just so then it's ahead. You're on task. That way, if they just don't reach back, but yeah, I like that because Mima deserves to have her name remembered.
So,
hey, Lil K, welcome in, girl. I know you love to talk, Josie. I know you love to talk. Yeah. But so do I. Matter of fact, my daddy always said, Steph, you don't know when to shut up. But prior to that, he was like, Steph, when you was little, we'd have to just tell you to be quiet, and he would call me his sister's name because I guess I talked as much as she did. But here's the thing, it is what it is. If I'm on the phone with someone, we'll tell each other, see you later 3 or 4 times, and it's probably an hour or 2 hours later before we actually get off. And then little kid goes, I am one of you who can't leave home because of my disability.
So this is her people.
Yeah. And that's the thing. There's days where I can't leave the house. I'm actually disabled. I make disability, I guess, look good. But with that said, it's a real struggle. A lot of mine are invisible. Some aren't. I could definitely sit on my bed and say that I was bedridden. I've got all the diagnoses to make anyone believe it. But when my mother was my age, she was barely moving. And she lasted, see, I was 37 or 38. I was 31 when my daddy died. I just had my birthday. And then Mama died in 2020. And so, yeah, she was 57 because it was right before her 58th birthday. My mom and I's birthdays were 7 days apart. So, Robin, maybe that's what you needed, honey. Maybe that's what it was, is you just needed to cry. And I'll tell you what, even if you're not finished crying, that's okay too. I will tell you, some of us need permission to cry, right? So I would say a good friend, but
Good night, Josie.
Good night, Josie. But not quite that of like a close friend, but a friend. She told me when my dad was dying and I was going through what I was going through. She said, Steph, she said, sometimes we need permission to cry. And I was like, dude, when do I have time? I've got 4 little ones and all that going on. And she said, jump in the shower and cry your eyes out. When you come out, your eyes are going to be bloodshot just so you got soap in them. People ain't going to know the wiser. And that's not to say to hide your feelings. Let's just say if you need somewhere.
Yeah, that's the way we are, Josie. We, our streams are, safe, no drama,
Yeah, and I've got enough people with wrenches that know how to use it. Matter of fact, Katie, the other evening, she's like, Steph,
take the subscriber
only off and let us who have wrenches
be there.
Let us be your safety net. And so yesterday when we went live, there was no subscriber mode on. And it went beautifully, but also, there's those.
We know the risk that we could get hit with 50 million.
Yeah, I mean, if it's any like asteroids, as far as picking them off, right? Then I guess we could go back to subscriber mode, but right now we're not. And then, yeah. Am I all the way? No, I wasn't all the way down. See? Do you see how it's doing? It shows like it's at the bottom, but it's not. Let's see. Hugs, Robin. Little K. This is Robin to Little K. I wish I could take you thrifting. Little K says, Robin, I would love to do that. So, hey, ladies, we don't typically talk business, but hey, just because it don't matter if you're a reseller or you're just a buyer or a bystander. Here's a question for y'all. If you had a personal shopper, meaning someone that would do a virtual shopping trip with you, whether it's thrifting or sourcing or something, but specifically for you, right? Would that be something you'd be interested in? Not so, it won't be something like over the next couple of weeks. It's something we'd have to plan out. I've got a lot going on.
It's an idea kind of being tossed around right now.
But it's something we've been kind of entertaining because the real reality is my mother had severe mobility issues. And so a lot of the time she would need a personal shopper. The great thing is we can do it virtually. Like you would know what your budget is and, you'd have that all worked out with your person. Just an idea, Yeah, Arkansas is not that far from Mississippi. It really isn't. And I have to
Not
look.
for Robin. They must be literally.
So, dude, you know,
across
when
the
we go
bridge.
to listen, just hear me out, because we're not going to give locations.
Mm-hmm.
But
I
when we
understand.
do our Arkansas trip, we're going to be in her neck of the woods. We don't have the finances to do that much of a trip. I know.
I'm gonna take a mini vacation.
We can do mini vacays over like the weekend or something here or there. But we can't afford for you to be out of work 5 or 6 days so we can travel and you can be rested to go back to work. It just don't work that way right now. Maybe in 6 months. All right, I'll say 3. 3 to 6 months. Bet. 3 to 6 months. We'll be on the road. We'll be on the road somewhere.
Gotta put us in the middle of winter. That'll be fun. West Coast.
Dude, I thought you wanted to go to the
or
south.
Or deep south. Deep south.
Deep south. And that Josie, I know she's gone right now, but all the work that she does before bed, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, she mentioned kind of what her schedule is in the evening time, and I'm like, and I say that because Josie and my grandmother are in the same generation. They're just different ages. My grandmother is older than Josie. Yeah, sugar-free.
And she's asking, do you just want chocolate or sugar-free candy in general? Pretty much sugar-free candy in general, as long as it's not hard candy.
Yeah. Pretty much sugar-free candy in general. It doesn't just have to be chocolate. The reason why I mention chocolate right now is because my hormones are doing this. Her chihuahua is eating anchovies because she is.
Oh, man.
And so check this out, Robin. Okay. Little K, I think, is about the same within, we'll say, 2 hours between you and I, Robin. Maybe 3. It's about midways between me and you. So imagine if we like plan this out, right? I mean, if you plan something quicker than I can, that's cool. But it's going to be at least 3 months before I can do a road trip. That's just being realistic with the car repairs that we got to do at the moment.
And it's just general maintenance.
It's general maintenance, but it's stuff that has to be done, because if not, it's going to get expensive. The more we use the vehicle. So, but imagine, Robin, if we met up in Arkansas, right? Just saying, just an idea. Oh, I know where Devil's Tower is. And you got chiggers too. I'm still giggling about the raccoons that open and ate your can of nuts. I mean, I guess if anyone's going to eat Robin's nuts, it ought to be raccoons, right? Hey, Kathy, welcome in. I'm still up in chat. This little thing here is lying to me, and I'm getting stuck up there.
So, little Kay says yes.
Yes. Okay. Because here, you know. All right, so it does an injustice if you go to Nana's and you look at her unboxing of my first box to her, because I had a lot going on in the background, and there was a lot of noise, especially on YouTube. And so I'm going to tell y'all right now, and Nana's going to hear it too. Why I decorated her box the way her first box she ever got from me. There was multiple reasons. First and foremost, she already knows. I mentioned the fact that she was getting ready to be a snowbird and go from Pennsylvania to Florida, and I wanted her to feel the love, and I really did. Here's the thing. I also wanted her, when she opened that package, to feel the hug from me. Because a lot was going on in my life and in my business life, and you know, I'm trying to think before I speak, but you know, I wasn't sure, not because I didn't know who Nana was. I was pretty well betted I knew who she was, and that means, you know, people can't just influence someone, right? Who you are is who you are, and all that stuff. But I was very aware when I was packaging Nana. Sorry, told y'all I might get emotional. I don't have favorites here on YouTube. I don't, but I have a lot of people I love, which is pretty much all of y'all. But like, I couldn't see 3 to 6 months ahead, and I wasn't sure what else others were going to say, regardless of if any of it holds water or not. And I didn't want Nana to be in a position to be like, Steph, I can't like hang out with your channel, right? So I wanted her to have that hug and to embrace who I was without all the static and noise in the background that was saying otherwise. And so, yeah, I went a little out on Nana's. We've changed how we do a lot of people's, because everybody that we send, unless I don't have them right now, I'm having issues restocking on stickers right now. I have enough to decorate the inside flaps of the boxes, but as far as the ones I typically send, yeah, we'll see. You know, so, but the way I decorated Nana's box, do you remember when I didn't hear from Jess for that like 2 weeks in basic or something?
Your chest is growing and growing.
All right. Anyways, I wanted to get Jess's attention. You have perimeters as a family of what not to do and what not to send your soldiers in training. And I had always told her, because I supplied her with envelopes, pre-stamped envelopes, all that good stuff. So all she had to do was scribble and put it in the mail, and that was enough. And I didn't. So I learned how to decorate boxes, and that was how I got inspired to do that. And Jessica, how we get Jessica?
I didn't see a Jessica, so I think it's a mistype. I think because I looked all over for Jessica.
Okay. And yeah, I'm not sure who's a diabetic. So diabetes runs in my family.
So she went sugar-free.
So last year, what was it? March or April, I had to go see the doctor.
Yeah.
And you got to understand, that was April. I hadn't seen her since before Christmas. And the end of December, my cousin passed. When I say my cousin, that's the relation part. He was my best friend. He was everything. Seriously. He passed away the first week of January. And I had this thought that, hey, I'll just eat my feelings away, right? And then we can lose the weight. It's better than a drug addiction. I gained 79 pounds between December and May. So I had to see the doctor in April, and she's like, Steph, we need labs on you. And I'm like, really, dude? Like, I looked at my wrist and I'm like, really, dude? Because I thought I was out of my window of time. No. And she goes, we need lab stuff, like the whole panel. And I was like, don't you have to fast for that? And she goes, yes. I said, can we do it in 3 months? Because logically, I knew I'd gain the weight. And definitely I was having symptoms of a lot of things. For one, I had to go with
apnea.
I had to go with stronger glasses and and
sleep apnea like no other, and you
yes.
can hardly do it at all now.
And so she looks at me dead serious and she said, Steph, she goes, you ain't got 3 months. She goes, I can wait till the next appointment. She goes, so you got till then. I was like, okay, so I got a month. She goes, no, I'm giving you 2 weeks. Remember that? I tried to get her to go a full 4 weeks. She's like, Steph, and I must have been in denial, right? My labs come back now, mind you, 2 years before that, I had the most perfect labs I have ever had in my life. I worked to get that healthy. The only thing that was even remotely elevated was my triglycerides, and those run high in my family. Let's go, but have the Chihuahua. Yeah. Hey, Selena. Hey, girl. Girl, it's back to Porch event, so just FYI. Welcome in. I'm giggling, Robin. I just read her. She goes, as soon as I get my thermal printer going, I'm going to sell reseller lots. First dibs to Groves peeps. Right? Girl, you know I'm only on the fence because you ain't got a way of printing labels right now. Alright, so everyone who's active in chat, let's see. If anyone in chat, not me, I already know that I impact y'all's life in one way or another. But if someone in chat makes a difference in your life, if someone in chat, we're not being specific on who, right? If someone in chat, like if they just poof, disappeared, right? It would matter to you. Put a sunflower in chat. And then I'm going to read, Kathy says she was thinking about you all yesterday. And I know she's speaking to Selena. Selena, I still haven't texted you that, have I? So watch this. Let's see. 2. Because life happens, you know, and it's not a cop out, but sometimes we get redirected, and I did, and not before I came to life, it was before that today. But Selena, your phone should just ding, girl, and that way you both have that connection, because y'all have a connection and a bond that I pray wholeheartedly and humbly that I never have to experience. And then Nana said, wait. So Kathy said, I was thinking about you all day yesterday. She's talking to Selena. And then Selena goes, I hope I make a difference in someone's heart. I will tell you, Selena, not just you, not just Kathy, not just Nana, not just Black Widow, not just Josie, not just all the dawns of my life, not just Mike from January House. Let's see. The 2 guys. Susie. Denise's Magical Emporium. I met her in someone's chat one day, and she's the one that broke the ice. She goes, "Hey, Steph, is your emporium magical?" And I said, "Well, of course, aren't all emporiums magical?"
The question was if there's someone in chat that matters, basically.
If someone in chat has impacted your life, if they've made a difference, doesn't matter what type of a difference, right? If they've made a difference in your life, and or whichever, that if they just poof, they disappeared off of YouTube forever for whatever reason, don't have to be the bad, right? Put in chat. I mean, if y'all want to single each other out, that's on y'all, but I just said put a sunflower, because I know my impact courses my perception, which is where I'm going with this next comment. Nana Tink put, "It was so freaking amazing. I felt that hug and it brought tears, so much joy, and needed it so much that day. And I'm so blessed." And see, so that was the other thing I took into account, not because her and I had chatted, but because I listened. And I didn't just listen to her lives for the weeks prior to her getting ready to snowbird to Florida. I also watched her body language. I do. It's part of my childhood, past. But it's who made me who I am, and it makes me a very observant person. With that said, I can still miss things. And so, yeah, I put as much love and care I could into that package. I know for me, having my heart torn, meaning like right now we're in the Flint Hills, and not because I'm content in the Flint Hills. We've met some really great individuals, people I would not have met otherwise. I have a lot of great friends up here. When I say a lot, I don't mean a lot that I'd be calling at 3 a.m. But,
I mean, our true dream is eventually to end up south.
Probably Louisiana.
Just something about New Orleans just kind of did it. That area.
But your parents are in a neighboring state to us, and if we were to move there right now, it would be a full day. A full, almost probably, actually, I think 22 hours. And that's with me driving. And his parents were already in their 30s when Mr. came into the world. And, he's going to push half a century old later in this decade. I like how I said that so I didn't make you sound old-ish.
Century old.
I tried, mister. My grandmother's the only individual that I'm related to on this earth who still has parent in her title for a relation to me. And there was a lot of things growing up that kept us at linked from each other. I mean, my grandma was my guardian angel when I was 4. And she was there many, many nights through puberty. So, yeah. Having to take a full day to get to her, it's not something I'm willing to do right now in my life.
Plus, we have to stay in state boundaries. So, all right, you got to keep going because your shit's growing.
Selena says she's been struggling all week, girl. I bet. But I'll tell you what, I appreciate you coming on when you're able to. I'm grateful you still mention I'm going to chew that one up. Amelia. I've got a daughter-in-law that has a similar name and almost said her name instead. So, girl, I mean, I know you know, but we got you. We got your six anytime. You know, some of us go to bed at night and we're out, so it takes a phone call. Seriously,
Yeah. Yeah.
for real.
If it doesn't wake her up, it will wake me up.
Because I'll tell you what, the worst feeling for me is waking up and realizing I'm behind the 8 ball. Someone needed me, and
You did turn your ringer back on, right?
yeah, I turned my ringer back on. Yeah, I had to have it off for a couple days. I have a true anxiety disorder, and sometimes my phone ringing is too much. You're very welcome, little K. We try to keep it a safe place. That's why, like, when we do the back porch events, and it'll probably roll out that way, like it is tonight with a banner. That way, if someone is in the app and they scan over us, they can see, you know, first that they need to be 18, and then that these events can be very triggering to a lot of us, whether we discuss it in open chat on the screen or we're just aware that some of us have traveled lots of miles on the, you know, at the University of Hard Knocks, and just have some compassion, think before we speak.
Remember, everyone has feelings.
Remember, everyone has feelings. Sometimes we say things before we think about what, you know. That's the one thing about becoming a military mama, because it's not just an army mom. That's the branch my kids serve in, but I'm a military mama. So one thing that we've learned is think before you speak, and I really do try to. Certain things in life, certain situations, I don't always think before I speak, and I don't always think about the impact.
See, I don't think about the impact. I'll think before I speak. I don't think about what the impact of that might be.
But honestly, for the most part, 9 out of 10 times I do think before I speak. And with that, it goes hand in hand. I also think about the impact of what I have to say on somebody else. Because me as a military mom, right? What my behavior, for real, my behavior reflects on my soldiers. Here's the thing. I do outreach for both my physical neighbors outside of post, but are active duty, and on post. So also, like, when I go on to Fort Riley, there's another soldier in combat boots and his family or her family who are responsible for my behavior while I'm on there, and it can and does reflect on them. And you know, it requires a federal background check and being vetted to have that much access. But I'll tell you what, who other to come into a hot mess when, for an example, a mom with young ones and her husband just deployed 3 weeks ago, and she isn't as prepared.
All the way
yeah,
out
she's pregnant all the way, you know, fishing to drop baby number 3 or 4. Not complaining, just explaining. Who has no accessible supports, right? Not that the Army doesn't have supports. There are supports over there, but a lot of them are gun shy on asking because it can reflect on their soldier. It can. So that's the part of our private outreach is if I ever have to report to someone in rank, I can assure them each and every person, because that's just covering mine. But past that, who we serve is between who we serve and those that help us make it happen. Because it's more than Mr. and I. But Little K, you are absolutely welcome. It's the one thing I wanted for my channel was for it to be a safe place. Both to just, hang out and to have fun. And all the in-betweens. Yeah, Nana's saying, Robin, you better be on that list when you got that printer going again. You know what? For real, I would. Do you know how to climb a tree? Just saying.
Mm-hmm.
You know the big, tall, 80-foot and plus? That's typically the trees my kids climb, still to this day. Yeah, combat boots and all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she did. Nana, Robin was telling me a while back she bought like a store out. Well, maybe she didn't buy the store out, but she probably feels like she did. And it is overwhelming. Girl, it's overwhelming for me. What you see? This seems overwhelming. I've got a whole mound over here. Now, with that, half of it's organized, but
it's just
we're having to do it in stages. I mean, I think we're getting things polished out and going in the right direction. We still sell on our channel, but we actually collab more than we sell on our channel, and for right now, that works. Oh, and I jumped. Let me see if I can find it. And it's good to see you, Little K. I don't know if she's still active in chat
because I hadn't seen you in a while.
Yeah, I hadn't seen her in a while. I was gonna drop her an email this weekend and be like, "Hey, girl, you okay?" And not because she's not in our chats buying, because I mean, buying's great, but having a fun, safe, active chat is actually the only goal. Profit's obviously a goal, but it's not the first. So I've been pre-diabetic for over a year. Yeah, and it is. Girl, you best be getting to eating, Selena. I should have asked you that earlier when we was on. But
at least you ate this morning. I usually don't eat until about 6:30, 7 o'clock at night. Sometimes a little later.
I've been guilty of that lately too. And then I get hangry, which is never fun because that's when I don't even like myself. My mother-in-law told her that years ago. I said, I woke up one day and I was just having a day. And I think she called me, and but maybe I called her and I said, have you ever been like just having an off day and you just don't even know if you like yourself? And she goes, Stephanie? She goes, that's been up a creek without a paddle. And I said, tell me about it. Yeah, definitely getting the thermal printer going again is the first thing. Girl, I know so many people be missing you, not just us, not just Nana.
You gotta keep going because your sunflowers are completely off of my page already.
Alright, I've got sunflowers. So Nana's got sunflowers, Kathy's got sunflowers, Selena's got sunflowers, Little Kay's got sunflowers.
You think that's Selena, but in a year and a half, I lost a pretty good chunk of weight quickly. And shell size.
I might mention that this shirt says medium, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't a ladies medium.
It's a junior medium.
Y'all, my back's still jacked up, but I have to get up and move for a minute and a ways. Mister's like Well, he probably said Jummy. We'll just leave that for. But I mean, it was a shirt to toss on because, you know, I was coming live
Without really planning it.
without planning it. But I was like, hey, we gotta go. So we did.
Let's do it.
So yeah, I would say it's probably a large junior
So
now.
Robin's got a sunflower in.
Robin's got a sunflower in. And I can't do sunflowers from StreamYard, but y'all, I got the biggest sunflower just blowing all the petals at all of you. You know, Selena, I'm gonna read what you put about this last year. So Selena put, I wanted to be with my granddaughter last year. I'm so sad. I missed that baby girl. Of course you did, girl. You know, that crisis counselor back in February of 2014. February 2014. I can't give you a precise.
Been that long.
Do you remember what gave my accidental? So I had an accidental overdose, meaning it was not intentional, but you know, it still happened. Do you know what day it was? I know it was after the 19th. I want to say it was the week of my dad's birthday. And if you took and like pieced it in someone's way, yeah, it would have looked like it was intentional, but it wasn't. Meaning we got back to Colorado from burying my stepmother without my brother or my nephew, and the only thing I could think of between Kansas and Colorado was my next. And yeah, I pointed up because I just didn't want to say the word. And we got back, and I told Mister, because I mean, quite literally, you know, it's not bragging. He drove around our drug dealer, and she worked for two different.
If I buy you guys one on the third, can I use this to draw? If I buy you one on the third.
Dude, is there any writing in it, like business-wise? Then use the notebook, and you gotta pay me for it. Go.
Can I use that pen that I found in the van?
No. You gotta go find a pencil. Go.
Later.
Ask me some silly questions. You're gonna get some off-the-wall answers. My brother from another mother, he has his own challenges in life, but right now it's just getting him stabilized out. Dude, I am live! Don't! Y'all, I gotta mute for a minute because he's been obnoxious.
All right, yeah, she's out there yelling at him. Got to get him kind of balanced out. He's, actually really well mannered once he's balanced back out, but change really messes with the kid. We've helped him out before, but this time's a little different. This time he just pretty much washed his hands of his family. I don't even know. She's still a ways away. So, all right. Come over and talk.
Because I'm gonna behave. I'm like you better.
Well, your chat's like way behind again.
Alright, I'm trying.
I know.
Anyways, the crisis counselor, he was combat vet, and he wasn't a preacher, but he was on the clergy. The chaplain stuff. So he's the one that, made notifications. And He said it was going to take about 4 hours to do my stuff, which meant to make sure that wasn't an intentional thing. He stayed with me the whole day because I literally, I told y'all, I've tried to throw the towel in multiple times and life throws it back. Trust me, it's not by choice. But I asked him, one of my final questions for the day to him was, why does it hurt so bad? Talking like, to your soul level, because no one, when I was growing up, for one, talking about death just wasn't a thing you talked about. You didn't talk about the dead. And so it just seemed appropriate to ask him, and he said Steph. Of course, he told me his background. And he said the reason why it hurt so much is because you loved that deeply. So it only makes sense that the pain hurts that deeply. And I don't know that helps everybody, but it's definitely something that... Yeah, I've got the camera turned. Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I gotta bail.
Yeah, you gotta get up early. The feeling is mutual, Selena. The feeling is mutual. She's saying meeting you and knowing y'all has helped me get through this year. I will tell y'all, everybody that's been in my chat tonight was at least one reason to stay. And that's just being real. When I tell y'all that from the end of September until, sometime in the new year, there's times where, it was hard to see the sunrise the next day. But when you go through that list of why you're staying on the side of, heaven, undoubtedly, it's each of you. And that's not a cop-out. I'm being so serious in the best way I can. So just know that each of you have mattered that much to me. We won't go any deeper than that. Just know my thoughts went deeper than that, meaning I considered what the impact would be on each of you. And it made no sense, right? Denise is a trip. She is both a retired nurse and a rock hound. Now, I knew she was a rock hound, and I suspected that she was a retired nurse because Denise's Magical Emporium. Because she has a lot of mannerisms that Mr. Steph's mom has. And she's a retired nurse. Not so much retired. She does private and in-home nursing, but she doesn't do anything like a facility or anything anymore. And then Nano's Selena, we are so very blessed that you are here on YouTube and got to know you. For real. Y'all each, I think, I don't know, I guess, there's a saying, if only you could see who you are through my eyes, then and only then would you know how truly amazing, blessed, awesome you are. I think we're our hardest critics, right? I mean, we each could have that one person that could still pull us down, but we are our worst critics. Selena is a blessing, she is, and so's Robin, and so's Nana, and so's Black Widow, and
little K, I don't know a whole lot of folks that seriously, they'll go on and they'll be like, we're homebound. We have no socialization. Kathy, she's one of a few of my friends here in the Flint Hills that I've seen their life do a 180 pretty much in real time. And that's not just because of me, because trust me, I wasn't enough, and I say that respectfully. Give me a minute,
You
y'all.
want to mute real quick?
Oh, you want me to mute too?
Yeah.
And Selena, you do not have to hide your hurt. For one, I'll tell you something. I mentioned earlier I pay attention to people's body language, right? It's a double-edged sword because kind of like when someone texts me or emails me, I pay attention to how they word their sentences or whatever they got going on. If I know the person well enough, it's like they're talking to me just through, that form of communication. So yeah. Don't ever hide your hurt. I mean, for real. Before we came live tonight to Mr., we really have got to start being consistent on doing back porch events. At least one a month. Maybe we can get it where it's like maybe every other week, or nothing more than maybe every 3 weeks, because a lot of us carry so many plates and we have irons and so many fires, and we don't refill, right? We just keep going. We keep being the yes person. We need to start being the no person. We need to start saying yes to ourselves and no to others a little more. No isn't always a bad word, y'all. Sometimes no just means not right now. And I don't mean that like a mother-child relationship. Just, sometimes things aren't lined up right now. It doesn't mean 6 months or, 6 weeks or 6 months that, hey, don't call him Mr. Old. I didn't. I just said he was almost half a century old. Well, we'll see. Yeah, I'll figure that out. It's late, and it's so understandable. My heart hurts for you so much. I couldn't imagine. She is so much full of courage, Nana. Sometimes we can be in a room full of people, right? Physically in a room full of people, and still feel the most isolated and alone as we've ever been. And we've got to stop doing that. Selena, have you made the baked potatoes? And if so, what'd you put on them? Because Robin says she needs brown sugar. Sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes, there's another potato, but sweet potatoes are one that will not raise your blood sugars. I actually like sweet potatoes. Yeah, you're a soldier's daughter, and right now that's what you're doing. You're soldiering on. Kathy, go ahead. I don't even know the time. She put 20 minutes ago, because there's timestamps on. So she might already did, and I just haven't got all the way down there. But she said, can I say something about today? I want to know who else understands this. So hopefully she did. Selena, I was born an army brat, but never lived as one. Okay. Y'all, I'm jumping down because I'm trying to see if Kathy came in. Hey, Dawn. Welcome in, girl. Hopefully you're still here. Sorry, I was so far up in chat and StreamYard. The little tab right here, it makes me look like I'm all the way down in chat, but I'm not. And y'all, I just skipped over everything from Kathy because I'm looking to see if she's active in chat. I hope she didn't feel like she couldn't say what she wanted to say. Robin, it's difficult for me not to help people. I always try to keep the peace, help everyone. Girl, you can't be a people pleaser. And I say that I was raised to be a people pleaser. It is, and that's why it's so easy to be used. And then it's hard to retract it. Once you've taught someone how to treat you, that's a story for another time. But either way, it's hard to change it back because when you set those healthy boundaries in, then they think that you're being a jerk. I've been working on healthy boundaries because it's not something that was modeled to me growing up. And it's a struggle. I think the boundaries with myself were the hardest because I can revert back to past behaviors and just be a doormat, right? Because I don't like conflict. Oh, there's Kathy. Today was one of the worst speech brain days I'm aware of. The worst, couldn't figure out how to send emails, chat, anything. I'm thinking about this for a minute, Kathy, because I'm trying to visualize you doing what you were doing. Are you able to put into perspective maybe what the provider thought the outcome was, or was this after? Obviously, I don't want you to break HIPAA. Just a second. Maybe they're just being loud.
Hey, y'all alright? Yo! Okay, I thought you went to bed and all I heard was something, so I thought the kids were up. Alright.
We got two adult kids, both with their unique intellectual challenges, and sometimes they don't always agree, so I have to stay on top of that part of it. So Nana put, Selena, God gives us all the crosses to carry, and some our crosses. That is such a good analogy, Nana. Thank you for putting that there. This last week, actually, maybe we're going on 2 weeks if we're being honest, of bearing the cross that I carry. So the fact that you put in there that God gives all crosses to carry, and some of our crosses are so heavy. God will help and guide others to help carry ours too. And that's the thing. I will add something to that though, right? A lot of us are givers, right? We will give. We will help. And a lot of that's because of the experiences we have in life, undoubtedly. Many of us don't know how to allow others to support us. My overall healthcare team a few months ago asked me to change out the word help with the word support. I don't know if that makes sense to anyone, but you know, you think about when you need help, who do you call? Another question, same question, just with different words. Who do you call when you need support? Now, that support can be emotional. It can be, you know, mental health. It can be the financial side of things. It could be, hey, do I need a cup of sugar? Whatever. Anything. Who do you call for support? Not help. Support. Because there is a huge difference between helping someone and supporting someone. Helping someone could be enabling them, but supporting someone is lifting them up. And then Selena said, Kathy, I can understand that when I have seizures, it messes my thinking and words up. Okay, and then Kathy said she did have OT today, and he had to show her how to use email. It was so hard to handle and scared this is happening faster than expected. So, Kathy, you and I are on the same wavelength as far as our thinking. I haven't said anything because it's not my story or place to. Did he give you any perspective? Is this like just a struggle, or is this like, you know, because sometimes if we're put on the spot, sometimes we're not able to perform. I'm wondering how much might be that. But yeah, my mind definitely went to this may be happening faster than anticipated. And you do not, Kathy, I want to put here, hopefully you haven't put anything that you don't want out there, but you only share what you want to share. I'm not going to announce anything because it's not my place to, honey. I think we all did too, Robin. I think we all needed this too. You know, sometimes we just need a safe place to crash, right? To crash land and just be like, hey, I'm not all right today. But I'm not trying to take away from an auction or some big event that's going on. But hey, I'm not okay, right? So, yeah, I think we all needed this. I know I did. Yeah. Her aphasia is getting worse. And then Selena says that when she met Scooter, she found a true friendship. Girl, you found love. You found love for sure there. And met you all get the negative people out of my life. I hear you there, Selena. I still got a few stragglers. If they don't know, they know now that I checkmated them a long time ago, and not because it's again, because life isn't, right? It does feel like it sometimes, like, really? Who started the scam? I went off the merry-go-round now? Yes, and then Kathy, because she put it in chat, I'll go ahead and read it. She had a TI 4 weeks ago. Yeah, so Kathy could definitely use prayers. I don't know that she'll ask for them, y'all, and all that. And I don't mean that in any, you know, and just, you know, sometimes all we can say is, hey, we're struggling, but we don't have enough strength to say, can you pray for us? So she hasn't already put that there. If you keep Kathy in prayers, you know, I think she's got a lot of going on behind the scenes, as do us all as far as we grow older, right? And so she's learning how to um, I'm looking for the word, adjust and overcome. And so far, she's done really well at that. So I hope she's given herself enough grace, because I will tell you, 6 months ago, um, I wasn't aware of her driving out to the lake and getting footage of geese or the herring, um, or going on short drives and just getting capturing the Flint Hills. That's all because of YouTube, as far as I know. And it's giving me my friend back. It's given her purpose in life. So that goes hand in hand with earlier. Has anyone in chat mattered? Made an impact in your life? Um, and girl, I got you back. So And then Robin said there's a girl on YouTube who did exercise videos with her belly kept growing. She had no insurance. She shared with the chat and they gave her life-saving advice. She had a major oh goodness. Oh goodness. She had a major ovarian cyst. They also paid for all her medical bills. Now that's amazing. That's amazing. I've got to get myself into gear once my medical's back active. And I applied over a year ago. Actually, it's been probably close to 2. Let's see. Yeah, next month will be 2 years that we moved to the Flint Hills. So I applied here in the state. They do once a year where a bunch of dentists. I don't think they're just in the state of Kansas. I think they're surrounding states, but they come to Kansas. And typically they do it in the state fair buildings. And it's never a guarantee. It's 2 days a year. You have to be there at like 2, 3 in the morning, and you wait all day, and it's for dental. And I have a lot that has to be surgically removed, and because I have a history of addiction, it's not as simple as just doing some extractions and sending me on my way. So there's a lot of expense that comes with it, and I still haven't heard anything back. So I don't know. I don't know what'll happen, but hopefully we can hang on until next tax season, and maybe I'll have enough then to do it, because it all has to be done at once. I have to have like where they can gas me because of trauma that's been done during dental before. Yeah, so I'm an adult, but I tell you, once you have the phobia, it's hard to just put it at the back of your mind and allow someone to work on you. She said, this is how I dream for these chats to be. This is proof it can be that way. We waste too much time with the negative. And that's the thing. I mean, Robin, I'd love to do back porch events every week. But, it takes a lot. Obviously not physical, but just emotional, because of staying balanced and regulating my own emotions and all that in an appropriate way. Y'all are hearing me use the words of my therapist. I don't have just any. I have one that has went through specialized training for the type of PTSD I have. I'm a civilian, always have been, but I have the brain scan of someone who has had 7 tours in a foreign land during combat. And that's all thanks to things that happened 39 years ago. So, there's my oversharing, but I didn't go further than that. Y'all have to catch me on another platform where I'm like, discuss in depth. I mean, I kind of did the other night, but I think I deleted it. If not, I made it private, but not because I'm ashamed of it, but I'm a military mom. I have to always be bad ASS. I don't know if saying that whole word on YouTube will get you in trouble. I don't think it will. I've heard people say a lot worse. And then Selena, I'm going to read it. So if it makes you tear up, girl, I'm sorry. But I just want to breathe what you're saying. So she says, I so badly want to play with Amelia's curls and tell her to get out of that. To hear her say, Mimi, what you doing? When she painted herself blue, I'd give her every color to paint everything and everyone. Amen. Amen. What we all, what we give. Yeah, Scooter is who you call. I have a lot of numbers in my phone for 3 a.m. And I'll tell you, I still hesitate. I haven't relied on anyone really other than, my kids and Mr. for over a decade now. I had Myra on the other night when I was coming back from South Central Kansas in the middle of the night. And I was going to have my brother from another mother hold the steering wheel while I undid my bra because I needed out of it. I'd been in it all day and it was already almost 2 a.m. And she's like, nah, pull off the road. And of course I did, but I didn't read the rest of what she put. And she mentioned a little bit later when we got back on the road, because I only pulled into the rest area long enough to put it in park, take the bra off, and go. And she goes, I was hinting for you to get out of the vehicle and go to the bathroom. And she called it, maternal instincts, and it was. And I should have probably got out. I mean, it had been less than an hour since I've been out of the vehicle, but I probably should have taken a minute instead. My cousin a few years ago, he goes, Steph, why don't you do this to yourself? And he said it just out of the blue like that. So I was like, what are you talking about? And he's like, Steph, you want stuff done yesterday. And I kind of looked at him and I was like, no, I don't. And he goes, yeah, you do. And so I started observing my own behavior and I'm like, holy crap, you're right. Yeah. And that's because, tomorrow's not guaranteed. So what I do today or even yesterday may be it. And I've tried to break myself of it, but hurry up and wait is not my best suit, even as a military mom. And then Kathy goes, no, I had to ask for help. There's nothing really wrong with that, but I understand why the alarm bells went off with Kathy. My back injury, it's just, I re-injured my back. I actually injured it. It was after Firecracker was born. Believe it or not, I sneezed. And that's how I originally threw my back out. And I've had issues ever since. Alright. They're saying, right, Robin, let me make sure. I must have jumped. Oh, she was saying about this is proof that it can be done. It can be. It just has to be the right setting. Right. And there's other chats I can tell you that I go into late night that are not auction sites. meaning that their time zone's earlier than ours, so they're just in general on later. And I'll tell you, those channels, I can leave them playing in the background. I can't leave stuff playing in the background with me sleeping because it'll play out in my dream. So I try not to trigger night terrors. But there's a few channels at night I could fall asleep to them rolling. One of them's Crafty Witch 232. Another one is Backyard Trucker, and that one should just be a given because I'm a trucker's brat. And then Kathy goes, my story and the information's out all over because of my last job. Yeah, but girl, that's here in the Flint Hills, right? I mean, you'd have to be more specific for me to find it if it's on digital, like on the platforms. But yeah, you're right. Your story is out there. The information is out there. I know where to find it in the Flint Hills. But it's still your story, and it's no one's place unless you've given them that permission to tell your story. And then Selena says she felt like she deserved to be mistreated, not loved. But Scooter helped her realize that she didn't deserve that. That's right. We can leave. Us as parents, we can either make or break a kid, and that's true of the generations before us. I mean, now I'm in a place where I can see how my parents were who they were. I've known all my life that my mom was a orphan, but she never portrayed herself as one. I mean, she talked about her parents. She talked about stories growing up. So, like, we had those, which is nothing like having, active participating grandparents by any means, but it wasn't their fault they were, were taken out of this world. My dad, he came from a broken home. There's someone's chat earlier tonight. Scooter's not here. She's in bed. So Scooter was, I'm pretty sure it was Scooter was selling something earlier today. And for the life of me, right now, I can't think of what it was. But it was $7, and it was $7 for choice. And one of them was the U.S. Capitol. So it must have been like a tin or something. Maybe it was a trinket box. The other one was San Antonio, Texas. Now, I didn't just bid and choose Texas because that's where I was born. San Antonio is where my parents met. They were both broken for obvious reasons, but they met in Job Corps. I'm a Job Corps baby, literally. I was born probably 9 months after they met. Well, actually, my mama always said that she carried me 10 months. So, I was born less than a year after they met. We'll just leave it that way. Prayer is great. See a new neurologist on Wednesday. Good deal. I think we all, whatever life deals us, for one, I think a lot of us have a lot more in common than we realize. Maybe we all do. We just haven't all, sat there and put all the pieces together yet. But, there was a long time where I didn't believe I had a seat at anyone's table. I didn't think I deserved a seat at most people's table. So I guess that's where I always try to bat at 150, because even in my old frame of thinking, the target is never the bullseye, never 100%, because I'm just in my own toxic thinking. is that, I'm not capable of that. So I always shoot higher than what I'm aiming for because, somewhere I'm going to, it may be a near miss, but, it'll all come out in the wash, so to speak. I think we're hardest on ourselves. I'm convinced of that. I had an opportunity. My grandfather passed away in February of 2022, February 7th. And I asked my grandmother, I said, what do you want to do with the rest of your life? Whether it be short or it be long, because she's got cousins and aunts that have lived over 100. So the reality is she really could. Her mother and her mother's mother, they only made it, I think, my great-grandmother, she passed away, I think she was 89. It was the year after Firecracker was born. Her mother was still, my great-grandmother, her mother was alive when I was born, but passed away before I was 5. Lord, we are lifting our sister Kathy up to you. Please heal her, help her in mind and body, and ask for a headgear of protection from around her. I ask this in your name. Amen. Amen. Hedge, not gear. My brain can't switch in between right now because I feel like I'm dyslexic. I might slightly be. And then Robin said, I had so many opiate addiction patients. They were the worst because they needed extra amounts of pain meds, and the doctors would not give more meds. Yeah, that's the thing with the opioid epidemic. It's only going to get worse because states are starting to, they passed that farm bill years ago. And I'll say a few bad apples because we actually had one in the Little Apple that was doing, they under the Farm Bill Act, they were still bringing in things that are not legal on this side of Missouri, Kansas border. And so they're doing a whole shakedown, but essentially the whole state is. Right now, see someone that wants Delta whatever, that's not THC, right? Just have to be specific there. I'm not going to be able to get it in the county I live in. However, the way the Little Apple's divided, there's shops on the other side of the river that are in a different county, and so right now they're able to do that. He came off of his addiction with THC. With that said, someone's got to want to come off of whatever. Just thinking. Y'all, if you're supposed to be taking your meds, you probably should take them. I've got to take mine just so, Yeah, I've got multiple. I take more at night than I do in the morning. And I just gotta actually call my doctor on Monday, and that's if my medical isn't isn't back active by then. And be like, so we need to bump my appointment a month, which she's going to be thrilled about because I was supposed to do my blood work last time, but I might have forgot. That sounds like a cop-out, but don't schedule me for a 1 o'clock appointment and expect me to fast till 1. I have to stay up with my nutrition for multiple reasons. But I also got to find out from her because I'm off my GLP-1. And so I'm having spikes in my blood sugars. When it's low, it's easy to fix. But when I'm high, I have nothing to bring it down. And not that I want to be on insulin, but having high blood sugars day in and day out is not the answer either. So, all right, meds are taken. And that's the way Robin, when I was pregnant with Firecracker, our youngest in combat boots, obviously, he was much younger then. We lived in a converted, we lived in a house, but it was a converted garage. Or it was converted from a garage. And so it's concrete floors, and our little guy, like, he took off running with some hangers, so he had laundry in my room. Okay. I guess that's a good indication that I need to take care of that pile tomorrow. It was just the icicle dolls and or creamsicle dolls, whatever they are, and the Christmas tablecloth. That just kind of freaked me out for a second. Mister, though, he went to chase I was pregnant with Firecracker, so let's see. So he was still 2 at the time. And he dropped that plastic hanger on a concrete linoleum floor, and Mister did see it. So he did the whole up in there and straight on his back. And it took 4 days for them to properly diagnose his broken back. And it's because of the way they did the scans. Southeast Colorado doesn't have a good radiology department. We'll just say it. We'll just put it out there that way. They didn't then, should I say. And so, like, before his back was actually diagnosed as broke, the town doctor that everybody, had an ailment that needed a pain pill went to, but she was the one in the ER. And I think it was 300 it's either 360 or 380 Percocet, and I think it was 10 milligrams is what he other than his hernia surgery that he had, that was the first surgery he'd ever had at that point. He wasn't ever on opiates. But yeah, he was addicted for most of my pregnancy with her. And then he didn't get sober until 14 months after I did. Someone had to get sober first. So, I mean, it had to be me because my kids needed a parent. Yeah, patients in constant pain, and that's the thing, right? I like when they ask you, when you go in somewhere and they ask you what your pain level's at. Well, for one, no one would want to know what mine is. But I live with chronic pain, so it's not, it's like that nagging thing. Um, I only mentioned something this week because of my back giving out. I mean, I knew when it gave that it was going to be a rough week, but yeah, Robin, it took me till about 6 months ago to talk about pain management with my doctor. Um, because like my cortisol levels were still elevated, and it wasn't, it was because of my physical pain. And I told her, I was like, dude, you know, I'm a recovering opiate addict. So what's there on the market that a recovering opiate addict can take for pain? She goes, Steph, there's a lot that we can attempt to try to help. And so, like, I am on something, but it's not opiate based. It won't get anyone high. It doesn't work like that. It's like ibuprofen on steroids. So I can't take ibuprofen, which has been really a killer for this back acting up this week, because that's typically what I would take is ibuprofen to help with the inflammation. But I can't take ibuprofen for that because I take that. Selena goes, I have PTSD. My doctor said I should be 3 things. 1, an addict. 2, an alcoholic. Or 3, dead. I was never an alcoholic, and it's not tossing no stones. With that said, I learned very early in my life, meaning my adult life, that alcohol could be a problem, right? It's called liquid courage for a reason, and I used to, back in the day, use it to tell people how I really felt, because there was a time where Steph didn't have a voice or felt guilty for having a voice. And we're not even talking just being an ass. We're just, avoid conflict at all costs. Well, avoiding conflict at all costs comes back to bite anybody. And then she says, if you're positive for narcotics and are admitted for emergency surgery, you better believe that you are not getting pain meds. Amen. Amen. And Selena's addicted to decorating, staying crazed and rusty and crusty and really decorating. I wondered if, girl, today when we were chit-chatting, I seen you in your element, right? I wondered if that wasn't what was going on. You let me see your method to getting through that moment. Selena, I need you to do, it don't have to be right now, especially right now, but it doesn't have to be before you get back from your trip. But go through and do some shorts or do some videos of your decorating. I know you've got a couple, but Grandma's been asking too. Right, Nana? Selena, I love the way Selena decorates. I'm honestly, I mean, it's like 12 hours to get to her from my door, but I'll tell you what, I'm convinced somewhere in the next year, I'm going to be going to Tennessee and kidnapping her. Of course, I got to get the house first, because this is temporary. It's not the trailer that bothers me, it's the flow of the place, and it's not, yeah. Thank you. I love to show the beauty in things that others dispose of or get rid of. See, Selena, girl, You know, I look back at each of you ladies. Honestly, if you got content on your channels or whatever, I go check it. Sometimes I'll leave some obnoxious comment. Like, if there was a game show for, say, 3 years ago, I might have watched the whole thing and I might have commented one big, like, huge comment, but it had everything to do with what happened during that whole thing. Sometimes I don't leave comments, I just do thumbs up and I watch it through. Sometimes I watch it more than once. And it's to get to know who y'all are and like what makes y'all tick, right? And then Kathy says those are good positive things to do, Selena. Intentional. Yes, intentional. She does, Nana. Selena does have a good eye of what to do with stuff. She sees it in a different lens. I can see things in different lenses, but sometimes it takes a lot of effort too. Selena, it seems to come pretty natural. Yeah, I wish maybe that's what we do. Maybe we drive out to the eastern, you know, what they call the eastern. Well, it won't be the eastern seaboard, I don't think, because Pennsylvania is further in. But who knows? Who knows? We might have to intentionally plan something for, say, next year. It's hard to put things off when time is fleeting, but sometimes we just gotta wait. I definitely know we need to have a darn meetup somewhere. Whether it's Pennsylvania or somewhere between here and there. Or Florida. Because, we're going to do a Florida trip at some point because we're going to Louisiana and Mississippi, so why not? Selena says she's on her way. My mom forgot my birthday, so did my family. It broke my heart. Tomorrow, they're giving Sam a 50th party. And the kids bought Sam a car because they needed it. You do get great kids. You do have great kids, honey. Everything, this is Kathy, everything I wrote is available online and belongs to that organization. All my contact. Yeah, you narrowed that down for me. It wouldn't take me but a few clicks then, and you're right. Well, shame on them if they misrepresent any of it, Kathy. And then Robin writes, Stephanie and my daddy and mama used to write out on the date of her first child's birth. Sam never asks for anything, wears holes in his clothes, so to help others, he takes care of my mama since my daddy passed. He works from the farm without complaint and loves me. He married me when I had cancer. That's incredible, girl. Hey, you need to text me or I'll text you and harass you about any Sam's clothing size. Just saying. If not, I know someone else I could ask that has an eyeball for sizes. Just saying. Time for this old lady to go to bed after 1 a.m. Have a great chat, Steph. Good night, Nana. And you know what? With that said, we're getting ready to close up too because I told Mr. He's like, y'all don't stay up too late tonight. And I said, well, Nana's Eastern time, which means when she says the lights are out, we're probably all going to get ready to go to bed. Thank you for being here, Nana. Sorry I kept you up so late, but I think we all needed this, and I appreciate you being here and giving us all some guidance and direction. Love you, girl. Craig, is it bedtime? Love all of y'all, including including Craig. Actually, Craig's probably one of my favorite pickers that comes in and sleeps in chats. Matter of fact, I'll see him ever so often in someone's chat. Nothing really, hey, go check Nana's or something. No, we're talking off the wall. Be like, oh, hey, there he is. I'm just sitting lurking, and I'm like, yep, he sleeps in here too. He's a keeper. Here's something for you. When I had Jess, I mean, I was first time mama and everything, and I was a young mom. I was a teen mom. I was, had the card stacked against me. Anyways, so, my doctor, my obstetrician for all my babies, he was a rancher, and he was a hoot, and he was a Mennonite, and he was so many things for so many people. And so an hour before I delivered Jess, he did an ultrasound because he thought Jess needed a already been there. And so he checked to see Jess's position. And Jess was still positioned right. She was just taking her time. And so my gender reveal, which was long before gender reveals of 2000s, right? Was my doctor. I asked him before he stopped the ultrasound. I said, "Is it still a girl?" Mind you, we'd already had a baby shower. All my mama's village tribe people, everybody growing up, had pitched in. So I only had a few gender neutral clothes. And I only brought one. I brought a yellow sleeper, and it was a light sleeper because it was summertime. So it wasn't a thick sleeper. Everything else was ruffles and pink, and yeah. So my doctor looks at me and says, "Steph, there's nothing hanging there." So when Jess came into the world about an hour later, he kind of held Jess like doctors used to hold babies that had just been delivered back in the day. And he popped off and he told me Jess's gender at birth. And I said, "What? Are you sure?" And my doctor looked at me and he goes, "Steph, what do you want me to do? Put them back and let them bake a little longer?" I'm like, "Dude, it's not what you told me months ago." My dad arrived the next day and he looked at me and he said, "I'm going to the store and I'm buying new clothing." I'll have to share that photo on a platform that I'm able to. Not something I could share here, but I mean I could, but it's just it's a side that, And anyways, doctor looked at me and said, "Well, Jess is a keeper." And so Jess's actual first nickname was from the doctor, and it was Keeper. And Jess's godfather, who was there at the time of birth, that passed away a couple years ago, he looks at me and he goes, "Yeah, Jess is the keeper." And he was actually the first one to hold Jess after me. And then Kathy and them, took hers earlier. Be right back. I gotta take mine. I don't know what time it is. Oh, it's been about 20 minutes, so I'm 20 minutes behind the chat. Peanut butter cookies are great. Brings up the sugar, but more stable for... Yeah. So proteins are good for stabilizing. It's like when it's elevated, like when it's enough that's impacting my vision. That's when it bothers me. Aside from just the physical feelings of my blood sugars being elevated. And when I'm saying elevated, we're talking anywhere from 130s to like the 180s. But it makes me feel like my numbers are like more like 300 for sugars, if that makes sense. What I'm going to start doing though, Robin, for sure, is I'm going to start. Peanut butter is definitely one of them I could use. I just need to pay attention and make sure I'm not added sugar. Fresh fruit I can do. If it's in syrup, I can't because of the added sugar. Added sugar actually, like when I do my blood sugar pokes, when I added sugar, you would swear I'm a diabetic. So the only thing I'm really perturbed about as far as having to bump back my medical appointment is I don't know where my A1Cs are, but I mean, I've lost over 83 pounds, so I mean, the A1Cs have got to be better, right? That was actually a question mark, y'all. My grandfather was probably thinner than I am, and he was a diabetic. Most of his adult life. Now I know his diabetes was it's not the one that you're born with. It's what, type 2 or whatever. My mom was a type 2. But we have type 1s that run in my DNA. And then I have a predisposition for diabetes because on top of the family history, I had gestational with the last 2 of my pregnancies that were successful. And then Selena said that she's got a migraine or seizures tonight. It's a migraine. Jeez. Do you know what? When I say geez, I'm not saying geez at you. I'm just saying geez at the situation. Do you know what triggers your migraines, Selena? Have they figured out what it is? Is it like environmental or like, pollen can cause some folks to have migraines, or it can be so much worse. I know a lot of folks with migraine disorders actually have one, but right now I've still been able to manage mine for the most part. I have maybe on a rough month I'll have 1 or 2 spells of migraines. In a good month I have 1 or less. So and then Robin says she threw a blanket and a sheet on the sofa because she's too lazy to make the bed. And the Chihuahua thinks they're camping out tonight. Hey, that sounds exciting. It sounds exciting, Robin. And Selena has brain damage from all the impact that her ex did to her with the use of a iron skillet. So that's the cause of the migraines. I knew the seizures was caused from that. I wasn't sure if the migraines were as well. I'm terrified of addiction. In fact, Mr. and I discussed this as recent as the last 48 hours. I told him because we're always reassessing where each of us are and what our risk levels are to anything, right? And I said, uh, I don't have room for a lapse, not a relapse, a lapse. And he goes, I know. And I said, so you understand what I'm saying? And he goes, yeah. I got sober for a multitude of reasons, but my solid reason for getting sober is because my kids didn't deserve to bury their mother. They deserved a parent who would put them first. And I was having dreams that I was going to die of a heroin overdose. Heroin was never in my drugs of choice, but it was the next step. Instead of going to the city to get it, because that's as close as I knew where to get it, I ended up checking in, and yeah, it was the roughest month of my life, and I'm not talking just the withdrawals. It's something everybody faces, I imagine, if they get sober on the real. And it's not easy. Addiction is hard on everybody. But getting sober, recovery is an expensive avenue, just saying. And not everybody has the same level of access. It's not an excuse, it's just an explanation. Yeah, and then Robin's youngest brother died in a sleep overdose. Oh man, what a combination. Yeah, all that is respiratory suppressants. Oh man. Yeah, so I did a short a couple weeks back, and it said in the video, on the video itself, not just the title, it said pre-sobriety. I don't remember what else I put in there, but it was a couple words, but it said pre-sobriety, and it's at a river. What's not shown in that video is about 20 yards from that location is where one of my children entered the river during flood stages. They all had water safety. We drilled that into all of them. But one of my kids wanted to go to the river. It was summertime. They wanted to go to the river and get in the water. I was still an addict, so I sent them with a sibling. And we'd had heavy rains, not that day or the day before, but we'd had heavy rains. And then further west of us, it had rains. And we hadn't been down to the river, so I told them before they left, I said, check the flood and check and make sure it's not floodwaters. Because there's markers that, And so if the river isn't flowing fast or whatever, you just pay attention to each other. And so they went. And less than a half hour after that, we got a call from a family member. one of her kids had showed up there. They had run half the town, which is crazy because across the river and across the tracks is the first responders. Instead, they weren't thinking that. They were thinking going for help, and so they went to a family member's house. Because one of my kids jumped into flood waters and had the Lord, and this is the way I believe, but had the Lord not put some high schoolers out on the river that day at precisely the right time, and they wouldn't have been paying attention to a couple of kids jumping into floodwaters. One of my children would have drowned that day, and I wouldn't be a 2-star military mom. I'd only be a 1-star, if that. Because yeah, it involved both of them. It's only like 20 on that road going down to the park, but I'll tell you what, we made it there in no time flat. And I didn't gauge how high the water was on the hill, meaning it was more than 12 feet above flood stage. I just ran. And there's a dip halfway down that hill, and I hit it. And that's how I fractured my foot. Problem is, like Robin said, someone comes in for emergency surgery and they're loaded with opiates. They ain't getting none going home. And so I walked away. I walked around on a broke foot until it healed wrong. And then I re-injured it when we moved back to Colorado. I was sober by that point, but I re-injured it. And so that's when I learned that both your hands and your feet, if you injure one, they do images of both. So like for your hands, they're gonna image, if this one's injured, they're gonna image this one because your hands apparently are a mirror and so is your feet. They're a mirror of each other. So that's how they found the fracture. Well, it wasn't the only reason why they found the fracture. It was very visible on the skins. But yeah. So I asked the doc. Of course, this was probably close to 2 years after the initial injury, and he's like, Steph, he goes, do you know how an ankle works? And I'm like, well, it's a joint. And he goes, yeah, there's a lot of little bones in there that are required to make that joint work. And I forget which one it is, but it's the one that's required for your ankle to work, to function. And it's 1/8 of a millimeter off. So I'm always classed fall risk, which is why typically I'm not out walking alone. I have someone with me. They won't fix it unless it's fractured again, and I always seem to stop short of fracturing it again. So, sobriety. Addiction scares me more now than it did 10 years ago. Now you don't know what you're getting. You just don't. I mean, we always stuck with people we trusted, so we knew what we were getting was true. But that's the reason why we can't afford anything, because we paid premium price. But can't afford that stuff anymore. And I'll tell you, there is more than 3 people that I know. Either I grew up with them or I grew up with their parents. That died of acute fentanyl overdose because their drug of choice was laced with fentanyl. In all instances, those mothers are stuck. And I mean, who could blame them? Their children are found in their past. You got it, Kathy. When I go visit people, I'll pick you up, and I really got to be intentful with that. That's kind of like Robin earlier this evening. She was saying something about pushing people away, right? I mean, I recognized it and called it for what it was. I didn't mean to put her on the spot by any means, but you know. And for me, it's allowing people to get close. It's my vulnerability is being recorded. I mean, the Steph before YouTube wouldn't let anyone film her, wouldn't let anyone photograph her unless she was posed already, meaning yeah. Sorry, my thoughts went somewhere and none of the thoughts do myself good right now, so we'll just let that roll off the back. Don't forget that I am in Mississippi, free shipping. No kidding, right? No kidding. So, let's see. So, Robin, tell me, because you said that you pretty much bought out a store. Right now, where you're sitting on your sofa with your chihuahua and your blanket and your sheet, if you had to leave that room right now and leave the house, what would you grab without hesitation? If you could only grab a couple things, I mean, meaning what you could carry, you couldn't go back in, what would it be? Scooters meeting 7 Nashville Friday. Can't wait to see it. Oh, yeah, I know, right? You're welcome, Kathy. Okay. Oh, that bounced me all the way down. That was weird. So, Selena was letting me know that Sam's got enough clothing, he just don't wear it. He wears clothes just like the same clothes, washes them, wears them, never touches the new clothes I bought him. And girl, I would like, does he throw his clothes in the wash and go jump in the shower and then come back to get the clothes? If so, girl, take those clothes and hide them somewhere, and then the only thing he's got is the new clothes you got him. I don't know how that'd roll out there with you, but hey. And then Kathy's got a family history of diabetes, stress for Selena. Because of Kathy, because of her kidney disease, many meds she cannot take. There's a lot of medications I can't take. More of mine's because of my liver. When I had that accidental, I spent 4 days in ICU with them trying to reverse the damage to my body because I was actually already on the way out the door. so to speak. Yeah, see, Kathy, she's putting she don't use pain meds except for Tylenol after surgery. Yeah, I don't want to be addicted, and that's really, I mean, 80% of what I need done has to be surgically done. I'm not worried about the pain. I'm worried about them wanting to put me on narcotic pain meds that I'm not sure would even work to begin with. And that's because of the tolerance I built. Yeah, I haven't been an addict in over a decade, but medications don't hit the same way. And then two, I don't want the addiction. I don't want to feel all that. And just no. But finding a provider that will listen and be like, okay, yeah, we can do all this, because they can do it in a medical setting. As far as do all the work, it's a malformation doctor. I just chewed that word up, but that's actually the doctor, the surgeon that Mister ended up having to have to save his life the last time. There's only 3 in the state, and not all of them accept insurance to begin with, like for real. So it's just a matter of figuring out who quality, but budget wise, plus the fact that they'll just do it all at once. Because if I've got to have drugs in my system, I'm not talking narcotics, but if I got to have just, pharmaceuticals in my body, I don't want to be doing the whole yo-yo of every couple of weeks or every couple of months, because that's how an addiction just rekindles. And I don't have the room to even have a lapse. I don't. When I was going to NA back in Colorado, someone popped up and said, how many of y'all have seen an old heroin addict? I've actually only met one. And the reality is there isn't a whole lot of old heroin addicts. Most of them are dead. So yeah, addiction's a real thing, and all my kids are susceptible to it because I was an addict. I'm just hoping that they choose a different route. A majority of mine were young enough that they didn't realize it was the only thing they ever knew. So it was like mom was just taking medicine, except mom wasn't just taking medicine. It was pharmaceuticals, but I wasn't using them in the way they were prescribed initially. Just remember the third medication, methadone. Yeah, that combination is enough, unfortunately. Yeah, the Vicodin and the Xanax is enough on all of its own, but the methadone it seals the fate. Hey, Crafty. Sorry, girl, I was way up in chat. Hopefully you're still here. Let's see time-wise. It looks like I'm about 10 minutes up in chat. Robin, he is a dumbass. Hopefully that don't get me flagged, but he is, but maybe he fell asleep at that traffic light with fentanyl in his pocket, because that's the Lord's way of doing an intervention with him, right? Right now he's in jail, And I'd say, you know what? You can't get it in there, but I'll tell you what, at least back in Colorado, if I ever wanted to get high after getting sober, the quickest sure way of finding anything was to go to an NA meeting. You might be repeating yourself now. It is late, and I'm not saying that to say anything. Just it's a good possibility. Jewelry, gold and silver, girl. So gold jewelry for me. Typically, I don't like yellow gold. I know it might surprise people. I've got a whole box over here. I still gotta process. So silver is my choice. As far as gold, white gold is actually my number one choice. If it's to gold, it's the white gold. I have a pair of Saudi Arabia white gold hoop earrings. It was a gift by a fellow military mom. She literally went virtual shopping and said, Steph, what do you like? And I'm like, yeah, I still don't know what she paid for them. But her husband brought them to me when we went for a military graduation. And that's just because moms or wives or both, right? When we work hand in hand, we can make things happen even if that particular military mom isn't able to put hands on her soldier. So I'm glad you mentioned 50 years old. So I've got the others. They're in the old office area. Yeah, because I still got to move the rest of that in here, but I've got to get through that over there first. So these yes, they're in the desk, which means I've entertained it. And these were Brian's. Brian crocheted. He was also part of Pride. And, when Pride wasn't cool. And so I got those. I haven't decided what to do with them. I finally moved them over here to the desk drawer. Because I don't know. Now, the ones I have were my great grandmother's mother's. They actually come in the original box. And those will probably never be sold. I'm going to probably gift them. I actually attempted to gift them to military family stationed here. But the wife wouldn't take them because of them being a family heirloom. Like, dude, you'd be doing me a favor. At least they get used. They went and, And then Robin put, Kathy, are you also crochet queen? And then Kathy's like, you mean as a channel? Robin says yes. And Kathy says, no, this is all for now, nature stuff. Only about 7 weeks as a YouTuber. My son gets married in 2 weeks, so wanted to wait until after to tip other types of content. And that's a smart move. That's a smart move, Kathy. And then Robin said confidence. Kathy goes, I have grandkids who crochet, so they will get my hooks. I'm going, the other night, I was over on Crafty Witch 232. Yeah, I said 232. Okay. I don't remember who mentioned something about hooks or something to do with that, and we got on the topic about crocheting. I haven't crocheted in over 2 years. I did attempt to somewhere around 2.5, 3 years ago, and all I could do was a chain. I couldn't for the life of me turn that hook. And then I attempted to another time, and I realized my hands just aren't cooperating. And so Crafty had mentioned something about the types of yarn she uses because, you know, she deals with her hands being what they are. And so I think that's probably what I'm going to do with those. The ones from my great-grandmother's mother, I don't know who I'd gift them to right now into the family. Maybe it's something I could teach my daughter-in-law to do. The one that's got my grandbaby. So, yeah, fluffy yarn. So, I was actually going to show these in an attempt to sell them this week, but yeah, Andy's like, fluffy yarn. And I'm like, I'll try that. I just gotta get some. And then when I was in school, so it would have been middle school, I learned how to hook rugs. Have any of y'all hooked rugs? Because interesting enough, I found Brian's rug hook. And it kind of fell out the other day, and I don't know, I'm like, alright, maybe I should do that. So I'm thinking I'm going to try the fluffy yarn first. I mean, mindfully, I could still put myself back in those sessions. So, I mean, it's like riding a bike, right? Once you know how to do it, you don't ever really forget. It's just having the confidence to do it again. I'm going to pick up the stuff that fell. Mr. I haven't put it on my community page. It'll probably be morning, but I probably should do it tonight before I go to sleep. So it'll probably be when I'm in bed. Yeah, that one says just large love, peace, love, and happiness. Our sales week actually starts tomorrow, y'all. Mr. is going to be selling. He's going to be in my place. Talk about Brian. So, just showed y'all the hook. What did I do with it? I set it in one of the drawers. Oh, I set it with the rest of them. So, Brian was an avid media person. We got rid of so much sheet music. It was right there at the end, and his sister was just tired of, she was the last of the siblings, and her parents have been gone for a while. Hey, Johnny, welcome in. Good morning. And you know, I was just there for support, both physical as far as moving stuff, and basically, if she needed permission to let go of something, it was like, yeah, just let it go. So one of it was the sheet music and all that. He traveled to Europe. He traveled with an orchestra. I'll have to get all that information later. He had so much music, DVDs, and I kept several of the DVDs for my own collection. Eat, Pray, Love was one of them. And it's cool that they were together. Maybe it's his way of, call me crazy, but I look for signs. I'm not hoping my loved ones are miserable wherever they're at in the afterlife, but once in a while it's soothing, comforting, whatever, to think that sometimes they look in on us. Actually, my biggest one this last week, 2 weeks, as far as being a parent of adults, is if my parents were to see me now, this summer my dad will have been gone 12 years and my mom 5. So my thing is it's a serious thing. It's not something I've really resolved with myself. But would they even recognize who their daughter is today? It's not a big question if would they understand the choices I had to make. Because undoubtedly they had to face things in their life that, they weren't given much options in, but I don't know, the thought just makes me sad. Would my parents be able to recognize who I am today? Usually it's, would they be proud of me, right? I mean, undoubtedly, my dad would be tickled knowing that, I reached sobriety and I've maintained it, but it takes work every day. I'm just picking up the stuff that fell out of the stack earlier, y'all. So, I think it'll stay. I'll get that taken care of tomorrow, because, well, it's got to be done tomorrow. Hey, I think that's from the Two Old Guys. It is. Two Old Guys vintage and resale. 2 little duckies and an old time phone. So, the daughter who has no contact with me used to do latch hook. Oh, it's interesting, Kathy. I seen some latch hook stuff recently, and I'm like, wonder if anyone ever still does that. It's something else my grandma taught me, but I don't have the patience for it. Ooh, leaving today for Louisiana. Good deal, Johnny. It must be fun. I'm sure you got a load of plans too, right? I mean, if you're going to Louisiana, you gotta be going New Orleans. French Quarter. I actually was going through my photos from when we went to the French Quarter and everything. I'm like, oh, I want to go back. I really do want to go back, but and maybe I will soon, but yes and no. Well, have fun for sure. I've got some family over near Baton Rouge, and so I gotta reach out to them, and maybe we can make something happen before the end of the year. So We'll see. We'll see. South of NOLA, visiting dad for Father's. Oh, no French Quarter. Hey, further south's always good too. We stayed at Homa. I actually mentioned something the other day about Homa. I want to go back. I really do. For one, I need gator. I'm just saying. Just saying. Gator is better than frog legs, but I'll take both any day of the week. Hey, obsessed. Welcome in. And your birthday is Monday as well. Shoot. Heck yeah. Let me get this written down. Johnny's birthday is Monday. What is Monday? The 16th. Heck yeah. See, y'all, there are so many reasons to network and stuff or have just an open, chit chat, whatever. People will share stuff, and then if you write it down, you might remember it. The 16th. I know that's where you were born and raised. Oh, you're talking Homa is where you were born and raised. Trying to mindfully, like, leaving NOLA to go to Homa. So when you're almost to Homa, on the left side of the, let me think. For one, there's a big, dude, you're gonna hear a Midwestern describe Louisiana. All right, so like, I'm trying to think of where the place is. You know what? We're gonna solve this. I still have the business cards from when I was there. Give me just a second. Yes, call me sentimental, but so 628 Bourbon Street, New Orleans, Louisiana. House of Voodoo. That was a pretty cool place to go into. That is totally a tourist trap. But it was fun. Let's see. 723 St. Peter Street, New Orleans. That's the zombie house. Here it is. So Cajun Fresh Market. It is on 938 US Highway 90. I'm telling you, that was the amazing. And you'll be staying at home. Oh, cool. Enjoy it. Homa just, I love the French Quarter. I love New Orleans. I love the vibe. But I'll tell you what, we were definitely able to lay back and just, like, no responsibilities when we were in Homa. We stayed in an Airbnb, and like the front of the house was the main house, and then they had an addition, so like they added, like, say, a family room with a laundry, and then behind that, still attached, but private quarters, was like a mother-in-law suite. And typically we didn't, we kept the whole house to ourselves, but for whatever reason, and it was the best choice. They had lime trees, and they had another tree in there that had fruit. And I don't know, it was amazing. I wish we would have had more time. It's yeah, in Raceland. So here, I'll show you. They have Facebook and oh my goodness. And like the cool thing is I mean they ship anywhere. So that's actually how I'm going to get more gator, because I'm like, all right, I might not be able to get to Louisiana in time, but I could have it shipped to me. It was still there in 2021. And then when we're down in South Central, but in Wichita. Oh, wow. This will show you how long it's been. So, Buffet City. They were the best place before, during, and even after COVID to eat at. But it says expires 3 of 2020. Held on to that one for a hot minute. Don't quite remember where I got that card, but that one's here in the state. This one's the Flint Hills Pint, so this is actually out in Alma. That's where we tried a month ago. We went out and was looking at housing. And so there's a dairy out there. Alma also does your cheese and stuff, so a lot of the cheeses you find in the stores, a lot of them, unless they come from up there in Wisconsin. And then, not even gonna lie, I should have more dots in that, but it was probably my 5th time there, maybe the 6th time there. They finally asked me if I wanted a card, and I'm like, sure. This is probably one of my favorite places to source in Topeka, because it's actually right next door to the other place that's my favorite place to go source. The Owl's Nest, they actually have 2 locations now. I've only been to one. So, yeah, I keep everything. Like, let's see, what else is in my wallet? Well, let's see. I can kind of show. Yeah, I could show it that way. So, there's my mama. That was her last ID. So, I got her social, and then I've got someone that doesn't exist on legal paperwork anymore. Well, they do, but you know. So I'm sentimental, but I try to think that, you know, I don't take it too far, but I probably do. Let's see. Just trying to see if there's any other. No, it looks like that's probably it for business cards. But yeah, Louisiana had such an impact. I mean, we haven't been back, but that's just prioritizing and making it happen. So, well, y'all, it is, let's see, what time is it? It is 1:19 my time. If it's Eastern time, it's after 2 in the morning, which isn't also bad, but I've got to finish out, what is it? I think I had yeah, I had 2 drafts I needed to be sure everything's right in and get them sent out. One of them I'm still waiting on contact info, so it'll be a tomorrow thing no matter what. But Mr. will be on tomorrow evening. I think it's 7. Let me see. I'm gonna jump tabs for a minute, y'all. Hopefully it won't pop up. Hopefully it won't pop up anyone live as far as like music or anything. Guess I could check my email. Shoot, there are a couple late channels on late. It is not in my email yet that I see. So let me go see if they scheduled it. Oh, that it's gonna want to let me mute StreamYard for a second because I'm sure it's just gonna bring up music. It didn't, but that would have been my luck. I mean, I think I've got 10 seconds if it's anything copyrighted in a way, but I just tried to avoid it. Let's see. I'm in the wrong thing. I'm in their post. And okay, I don't see it scheduled yet, so I won't be able to share it tonight. So when I get up in the morning, I'll look and see. Yeah, have a great day, Cajun. Have a great weekend. Have a safe trip. And happy Father's Day. And happy Father's Day to anyone that catches this replay. We are going to be on Black Widows. I'm pretty sure she's doing Sunday. It was kind of up in the air because of being Father's Day. Let me go see. I don't know if she schedules out ahead like that or not. But we're scheduled to be on with Black Widow. If she does have a Sunday show, I think it's at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. We will be on doing doing networking. So, trying to grow some channels. Black Widow is needing 6 subs, y'all. 6 subs to break 300. She's at 294 right now. So my goal tomorrow is going to be getting those 6 subs. So yeah. I definitely think we will be sharing her out more than just my community page. So it'd be so cool if Sunday, if she broke that 300. I mean, she hasn't said anything, but I mean, I know when I'm close to breaking a goal or, the next 100. So let's see. I mean, I know she does them like the day of or. Yeah, she's already got it out. So I'm actually going to see about. I'm just going to share this link here, but I'll share it on my community page. So it's 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. some 40 hours from now. So, hey Jason, welcome in, bud. I see y'all are up late, but technically I'm up later. So this is the channel. I'm sharing out her link for Sunday. We'll be on an hour before, so we'll be on at 5 Central to do some networking. But I'm really going to be drumming up to get her to that 300 if she still needs it by that point. I know I have some room with some others to hang. I know they're not connected with her yet. Yeah, so we'll show that one. Oh, now I'm hitting everything. Oh, I have an 8-hour stream tomorrow, so I can share her link too. Thank you, Crafty Witch. Thank you, Andy, for reals, girl. I'd appreciate that. I mean, she hasn't said anything anytime I've collabed with her, even when I've ever been in her chat, but I know what it was like to break into 300, and she is so close to being there. So, yeah. I figure, it's 6 away, so it's not a whole lot. And I'm not sure who all is going to be on this weekend that we can get assistance with, but I know what it was like for me. I know what it was like when I broke the 400. Now it's on the road to 5. What are we? Earlier tonight, we were 92 away from hitting our 500. It's going to happen. I'm not quite as prepared as I need to do monetization yet. Not saying I don't have all the watch hours, as honestly, the only thing I still have is the followers to get. But it's like now I've got to really think, what am I going to do as far as monetization? Like memberships. So I want to get that, and I really got to put that in a thought over the next couple of days, so I'm ready for it. The plan is to drop random ones tomorrow. Sounds fun. What time are you going live tomorrow, Andy? Do you know yet? Still figuring it out? Okay. Well, I got all notifications for you on, so I should get notification no matter what. But 4 p.m. Mountain Time. So it'd be 5 p.m. my time. Good deal. So 4 to midnight. Heck yeah. And then, let's see, what else? Tomorrow's Saturday. So much of our stuff won't go out till Monday, but girl, you'll have good tracking on Monday for sure. If I can't make it happen before then. I know you're not worried about it, but that was cray. I have to tell you right before we get off, listen to what my postmaster said. So it was the postmaster that day that we asked about your shipping, right? And so he looks up the address and all that good stuff, and he's like, well, this part is for this zip code and this part's for this zip code, and that made no sense to me. So he's like, so just change the zip code. I really just want to say, what, are you going to pay for the shipping this time? Not you, not me, but him. Because I'm like, that makes no sense. I don't think we're going to change anything other than we're going to send the package for a third time for it to come back. And so I thought about it for probably about an hour before I emailed you. And I'm like, this makes absolutely no sense. I mean, I've had packages that have been hard to get to me sometimes because someone misses something, like my P.O. box. But with that said, I've sourced. The guy has a shelf of vintage stuff on display. So I've sourced some stuff for him without him asking, and I've gifted it to him. Because, I mean, he's the only full-time employee there. And he puts up with a lot because we're the first post office off of Fort Riley. I'm like, wait a minute. Why don't I just reach out to Andy and have her screenshot a piece of mail she's got? Because if she's got that piece of mail, however it's written, it'll work that way. So, yeah, I'm just glad it worked out. I should have thought about that sooner when it initially came back to me. And I did tell him, I'm like, dude, I said, the USPS is making me look bad. And he looked at me and goes, really? And I was like, yeah, actually. I said, I pride myself on having no errors in my shipping, and this package just went to the Rocky Mountains twice now and come back. And, of course, he apologized. He's like, I'm just, I don't know how they do stuff over there. And I said, I get that. Hey, it's me, Angie. Welcome in, girl. Mister went to bed a long time ago. He's got to get up here, and his alarm's going to actually go off in 4 hours. So I'm actually getting ready to get off here. It's just finishing up a chit chat on Crafty Witch and Jason. Jason P is her husband. And I would say her rock, and I don't know. She's a good channel to be connected to, Angie. So, how's it going, Miss Angie? We had Josie in here earlier, and I'd say I put her to bed, but she said she had paperwork she needed to finish up so she could go to bed. So, yeah. I think that's probably where I'm at. I'm gonna get off this live here in a couple minutes, and then I'm gonna look because I had 2 left, and one of them I still need their information on. So I reached out earlier today. So hopefully, I'll have it tomorrow so it can all go out on shipping day. But such is life. Well, Angie, if we're being honest, I'm tired. And I don't mean the physical tired that sleep or a good rest will take care of. But I'm getting there. I'm just taking it a day at a time. Good night, Andy. Good night, Jason. Good night, Gizmo. It's letting things roll. It's a lot of, is this in my control? Is it going to matter 5 weeks, 5 months, or 5 years? So, yeah. It's going. Nursing a back injury, a re-injury, but past that, it's just rolling with the punches. Life will give you so many reasons to stop and not keep progressing, and Lord knows 2025's done that a lot, but we just keep pressing forward. We had a lot of chat participation earlier in the chat with Selena and Josie and Nana and Robin and Kathy and Little K, and I'm probably missing someone. But you know, it comes down to the fact that trying to think how to word it. I know what I want to say, um, but it's not necessarily wanting to come out that way. So basically, you need to know that you matter, right? Not like attention type way of mattering, but like, you know, just the hey, I've made a difference in somebody's life type of thing. And so I had everyone put a sunflower in chat. If someone in chat during that time had made a difference in their lives, if they poof disappeared one day, not for any reason in particular, but just poof was off YouTube forever, wouldn't matter. And pretty much everyone had the same consistency, which was that someone in chat or someone's in chat had made an impact in each of our lives in some way or another. And life's hard. I think life's always been hard at different degrees, and so it can be easy to let life, lie to you in the moment and make you think that you're alone. Got a lot of folks, of course, Angie. Um, you know, life can deal you some lemons, and you can sit in it, or you can come to terms with it in your own way, just in general, right? And you can adapt and overcome, meaning you may have new limitations and all that good stuff, but you ain't gonna let it stop you. It might slow you down, but it isn't gonna stop you. And I think a lot of folks just probably were on the same path or whatever, and we discussed all that. And I think about everybody on YouTube. I think about It's Me, Angie, and I think about Nana Tink. I think about January House and Myra and So Buying Space and Crafty Witch and Marketplace Boutique and so many of them, there's so many. Each channel brings its different spice or variety to whatever it is, whether it's, lifting others up, lifting each other up, it can't always be the background noise of doom and gloom. And so, yeah, it is what it is. Shoot. I was trying to think of who had seen, who I hadn't seen. I don't know. I've seen a lot of people this week, and this was an unplanned back porch event. But I got a text message that said, said, "Hey, are you going to be on tonight?" And basically I said, "I can be. Give me a few." And probably, I'd say within 30 minutes we were live. So it was probably sooner than that. But anyways, I think most everybody is getting ready for bed or already gone to bed. So I'm going to head there soon. I've got to click out of here. I need to confirm what drafts I have. Because PayPal was a pain last night. It really was. It was after midnight before I could send my first one. So, it's pretty late. Let's see. I'm gonna put the volume down a little, and I'm gonna do the outro for Rainbow Baby, and that's a song that I wrote with the help of AI. Not so much the lyrics, but obviously I'm not the one singing. And I wrote that for Firecracker, and I released it on Mother's Day, and it's pretty self-explanatory, but I think most people enjoy it, and I enjoy it too. And so that's going to be the outro tonight, y'all. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hitting the thumbs up. Thank you for the chat participation, and thank you for just being real. Have a good night, y'all. Love you. Catch you in another chat.
You came after storms had passed, a light that broke the dark at last. Tiny hands, a brand new start. You lit a flame inside my heart. Each tear we cried painted skies so wide. You gave our shattered hope a place to hide. Rainbow baby, with a firecracker spirit, you shine so bright, the whole world can hear it. Crackling laughter, sparks in your eyes, you turned our morning into glowing skies. Oh rainbow baby, fierce and true, we prayed for you. Ooh, and here came you. Dimples deep with a rainbow smile, eyes bright blue that danced a while. But when they shift to steel gray hues, we see the storm that carried you. We aimed for 24 weeks, hearts on hold. Each tiny flutter felt brave and bold. Then 32 weeks you came, 3:12 p.m. we called your name. 3 pounds 12, so small, so new, but every inch was mighty too. Whoa. In arms, being a 32-weeker, you had mountains to climb. We learned grace one obstacle at a time. You came wrapped in color, heart open wide, with thunder in your soul and angels at your side. Rainbow baby, with a firecracker spirit, light in our lives every time we're near it. Blazing with giggles, wild in your flight, you're the sunrise after the darkest night. Oh rainbow baby, one of a kind, we prayed for you. Ooh, and you were ours. Ooh. 18 years came far too soon, a lifetime passed by like a fleeting tune. A new season, a new chapter, see you later, new hopes, new dreams. Now fly high, firecracker, light the sky.